Welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 13, Round Robin Group B. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined by my co-caster, Jamie, and we are in store for an NA battle of the best to see who is going to be the #1 seed out of Group B and who's going to have to go and duel against the #2 seed from Group A if they are also #2 from Group B. So, Jamie, it's going to be a hype day today.
Oh, heck yeah, it is. It's some of the best teams that we're going to get to see from the NA side playing it out today, and starting off today with a brilliant game as well. So yeah, what a better map to start things out with than Suburbia also.
Yeah, before we dive into the weeds of it, for those just tuning in, this is the Round Robin Group B. If you're curious on the overall format of things, over the course of 15 weeks of regular season play, these teams have been battling to qualify up at the top of the regular season ladder. The top 7 teams automatically qualified into the finals, and we had the 8th teams qualify last weekend in the Challenger Cup for both the EU and the NA region. We saw those teams battling it out in their group stages yesterday. We saw Notorious, who came in from that Challenger Cup, was that 8th seed, win a couple of big maps against teams that they were not expected to win against. They couldn't quite get into that second place position, so they were eliminated. But in this stage, in Group B, we really do just have the top 7 going at it. 4 of the top 7 battling it out against each other for an opportunity at 1 to advance forward. Again, the whole format is that 1 advances, the first place team from both group stages, Group A and Group B, advances on. The second place team from both group stages goes up against each other. This happens in both regions, EU and NA. And at the end of the day, we end up with 3 players from the NA division, 3 players from the EU division, and 2 from the OCE region that ultimately end up with 8 total teams for the World Finals. And that's going to start happening next weekend. So there's a lot of games left ahead of us. We have multiple weekends of Onward VRML postseason battles ahead of us. This is really kind of the start, if anything, Jamie. I know, yes, last weekend maybe was the start, but, that we're really now getting into the weeds of it, and it's been exciting to watch these battles. I'm looking forward to our first one that we're going to hop into again, which is Dark Tidings versus Pantheon. We are going to get onto that first map, like you said, which is going to be Suburbia. And I mean, what are your thoughts here with kicking this off on such a close quarters map between these 2 teams? What do the stats tell us? Because we certainly do like to look at how they've been performing on these maps over the course of regular season. Jamie?
Yeah, sorry, quick mic issue there. But yeah, no, great format really that we're going to be seeing. I mean, Suburbia being the first map, if the first 2 wins do go to one team, then we will not see that 3rd map get played out. So picking Suburbia, if you're very strong at it, for your first map in this kind of part of the season is really going to be powerful. And Pantheon, should I say, have played this map 6 times, won it 4, and these guys have played it out before, and Dark Tidings were the victors 12-3. They didn't get to play this map though.
Yeah, and you're right, I did miss out on that one point. Each team gets to pick a map. We only play 2 maps a series for a total of 6 maps today. We're gonna be jumping into 3 series, and that means that each the team plays the other team in this group stage at least once, and only once, in a best of 2 style of a map. Each team gets to ban 2 maps, and so the map pool is slightly smaller. We end up getting a bit of a repetitive map pool, so it seems, at least so far, but Suburbia here hasn't been picked at least all of EU group stage, and exciting to see it here kicking things off for the NA side of things as Jester advances forward under that distractory suppressive fire on the opposite end of the map from Jeremiah. Anthony just puts blind guesswork through the fence and manages to down 1.
Yeah, but Freck trying to push onto lane 4 does get taken down by a shoot this. It was a great attack and couldn't quite to follow it up though. So now Jeremiah must try and push on shoot this, who is also pushing on him, goes for the aggressive flank there. This could be actually pretty detrimental unless he rotates back just like he is now to keep an eye on this. But Jeremiah is actually in a very good position here. He can just sit and wait for shoot this to get back into his position. Who does spot Jeremiah moving around back onto lane 4 there.
Absolute bout of ring around the rosy. Team kills coming in all over the place as there is a chaotic wrap to this round. A team kill, another death. Levelot ends up finding the final shots they need to get their team the W, and Dark Tidings do hold on to their defensive round to start things off. And well, I think chaos might be kind of the name of the game today. At least it was yesterday when we jumped into the North American region. Right away, we were into crazy quick pacing and aggression. And already we're done with our round in a minute and a half time. I mean, Jamie, do you anticipate with these teams that are in the pool today that we are in store for some fast-paced games?
Well, I mean, looking at both these sides, they tend to favor the bigger maps or with Subway kind of thrown in there. So I was kind of anticipating maybe a little bit of slower pace, but that was just chaotic, really. Organized chaos at best. Dark Tidings have only played this map 4 times and won it once. So Pantheon picking this map on the basis of, we've won it a few more times, we should be able to take them. I wonder if they're going to be second-guessing that decision now as Dark Tidings looking very, very fast pace for this map, and I think that's just what you need.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's the postseason. Anything can happen at this stage. Stats do certainly tell us a story, and it is that story that's gotten them to this stage over the course of 15 weeks of regular play. But when the pressure's on, when it comes down to it, when you get into that tournament phase, things start to get a little bit different. Tournament format, a little bit different than your standard best of 3. Having the option to only pick one map, you really do want to pick the strongest, but because that map pool has been banned down, we may not see a whole lot of long-range maps because there are 2 more bans per, each team gets an extra ban than you normally would in regular season play. And so, it's exciting to see. It's why I do enjoy watching the postseason games, because it is a little bit different than regular season. You do get to see these top-tier teams battling it out in a little bit more pressure. And, well, I'm looking forward to what we get out of our next round as we do get back into the action for round number 2 on map number 1 here of the NA Group B.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, and I think the round robins themselves, I think they're the most pressurized. These are the final stages. Duel with the pick onto William Dunn. They'll spot this push coming in from Dark Tidings over on lane 4. Should be able to get a couple there. William Dunn's getting the callouts, does get revived by Anthony. So Door getting all that sound cues, not able to get the shot though. Anthony dead with a nice pick onto him. Shuts down that aggression there. This lane 4 approach looking pretty strong now.
He asked for a heal, and well, he got stuck with a couple of syringes. I don't know if that was safe, but he seems to be fine as he's fully healed up. They only end up using 1 syringe, and some shots come over from Levelot as they now get a lot of suppressive fire up over the top. Jeremiah here suppressing up through the playground, but also really making it difficult for Levelot to challenge anyone up in that 2-story, because they do have a defender up in that 2-story. Absent-minded Prof is up there. They are looking out towards that playground area, trying to get any sort of vision onto the potential attack they can. Anthony does go down from Jeremiah. Again, pumping up the suppressive fire. Levelot's still here. Absent-minded Prof goes down upstairs above Jeremiah. And now Shoot This may find the shots. No, they can't quite connect. They can't quite shoot this as Nomad puts rounds through the woods. So does William. It's a lot of guesswork and pre-fire as Pantheon poke and prod at this team. Freak in particular might have an angle as they do thread the needle and catch a kill. Jeremiah goes down and kills are dropping all over the place.
That they are. This positioning by the Pantheon side, they're just kind of waiting for those angles, those late angles to be able to pick somebody off as they are moving. And this kind of playstyle now has slowed down just a little bit from Dark Tidings. They seem to have that aggressive defense, but maybe a bit more of a calculated offense where they're trying to, like you say, kind of thread that needle and just get the picks that they need. And Freck now has caused a distraction that's needed. Nomad just kind of watching him over from lane 1. This could probably put a kind of hindrance to their push if they've got an organized timings or anything like that where they require this lane one kind of suppression or anything, then Nomad really does need to kind of push through here. Jester gonna have an angle if any gunshots do come out, but he's gonna be able to be pretty safe here, and Freck has taken a bit of a lower angle there, just waiting again for those for that movement when Nomad's out in the open and try shots there.
Yeah, they're trying to catch Level-Lot, pushing out, but Nomad is putting rounds up towards Jester, and that does refocus Freak from tunneling in underneath the APC to now shifting their position at least to where Nomad won't be able to pick them off just around the shrubs. And it really is ultimately a matter of holding this street. They have to prevent anybody from crossing this street, and that's all they really have to do. Kind of concerning with Jester in their position, how far away from objective they are. If they don't catch the cross, then you can get behind that house and very easily cap before Jester would be able to deny that cap from coming in.
Yeah, not an amazing situation to find yourself in. Shoot this is trying to spot Freak here, who's just staying tucked in, covering that angle. Jester with a good long-range angle onto Care Bear. Does save the objective for now, but it gives away that knowledge there. Shoot this, pushes in and takes him down. Freak now all alone. Got to try and hold this objective, hold the mid-house whilst also holding the street. You can't let anybody cross that street. If anybody gets in, there's so many angles to get the cap from that you just can't really cover them all. So Freak really needs to be pretty aware and on point really with this with these angles here.
Yeah, and he wanted to hold the stairwell for when Shoot This would have to come down the stairs, but they really can't. They have to, like you said, watch this cross, watch this South Street. They do get Shoot This down the stairs, and now Freak's into a 1v1. Has the time, wow, that's so risky to go down and get that utility, but does scoop it up. What is their plan going to be on how they want to get out of this? They put up a smoke to deny vision, and now they can kind of free rotate. As Nomad drops back, Freak will be able to get into any position they want.
Yes, very, very nice defensive smoke there. These are the plays we're expecting to see out of the round robins. Gives him that opportunity to be able to rotate back onto the objective, get into a great position now. Just holding down and waiting. 1 minute 20. Now Nomad really needs to try and find a way of identifying where Freak is, but he's going to run out of time potentially, and trying to do just that. And this position, it is just great for that last person alive. There's no way of crossing without getting caught out. It's a battle to the death really now.
Yeah, Freak will be able to hear the audio cues from Nomad on this side as well. And we'll be able to pop up and take shots once Nomad does push out from the APC. C4 is detonated. Freak's throwing material out now. That's going to be an indicator for Nomad. The ankles of Freak don't get quite scooped up, but now Freak's position is given away. They don't feel comfortable in that spot anymore, and they are dropping back into solid cover behind the objective. Nomad has gained ground, but no one's home. And as they do try and peek out, Freak's rotation pays off. Great work and a celebration from Freak there as they are stoked about clutching that one. Doesn't get much better than that when it's under pressure and you get a win for your team, as we're all tied up 1 apiece.
No, it really doesn't. Freak really played that so well, the 2v1 there, and like I was saying, it's a very, very tough objective to hold when you haven't got anybody on that spawn house, and they had 2 defenders over on the opposite side. Great smoke, defensive smoke there, denying the sight from Nomad to allow that cross. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on the corner. Could have potentially just held it for a little bit longer and not allowed Nomad to know where he was, and could have run that time down, but nevertheless obviously got that win anyway. So just a fantastic play, and like I said, exactly what we're expecting to see out of these round robins.
Yeah, it really is. And man, a nice battle unfolding before us here. This is the #1 seed versus the #4 seed, no less. But I mean, come on, at this stage, everyone here was in the top 7 in NA, and so no matter who you put up against who within that group, you're gonna get good fights, you know. And so like we said, we're in store for action all day today in this group stage, and what a good start, all tied up 1 apiece. If you're not familiar with the natural game of Onward, the way the game works in Onward, every round we swap sides, so Pantheon both attacked and defended that last objective, and every 2 rounds the objective changes location. On any given map, there is a number of random locations that an objective can spawn, And so even when a team picks a map that they're comfortable with, they don't necessarily know what objectives they will be defending or in what order until they start to play the round and get into the actual point where things are being decided in that round. And so it's another element of the competitive nature of Onward, where teams do have to be able to adapt throughout the course of an entire series, really. And it's one of the things I do like to watch is how these teams do adapt and evolve their strategies to their opponent. We'll see how Pantheon attacks now as they go back onto the offense, and Dark Tidings go back to defend our next objective over by the Humvee.
They do, and I wonder if we're going to see an aggressive defense coming out. Canberra and Anthony getting a little bit aggressive. Some very common spots. Very nice there by Absent Mani Pref. Does take him down, and the confirm there from Duel. Finishing that out, does take a defender straight out the way. Nomad trying to get the revive. Couldn't obviously get that as he went down, so now must try and hold there. Carebear with a great pick onto Absent Mani Prof, though. Does give away his position. Duel and Jester watching and waiting. Do get the pick onto Carebear. This is opening up the objective. This being the only defender on the objective does go down, and now this is a very, very tricky situation. You need to get somebody on the opposite side of this lane, otherwise you're going to see the cap come out. Oh, and that smoke is great. Nomad rotating back in, knows that he's got to cover that and watch that angle. Duel is trying to poke and prod, but whilst all this is going on, the lane 4 approach coming in from Jeremiah could find himself getting the picks onto the back of Nomad, and William Dunce there. Great flash. Blinds Duel, and the pick comes out onto Jest, and Nomad nearly holding on to this. Does get taken down like I predicted, and Duel now on the objective nearly.
William Dunce eyes onto the red, not focused on Duel in their advancement. Does try to push out to cover the objective, but Jeremiah finds the kill, and Pantheon in another quick push. Take a Marsoc round. Man, these teams are playing some good quality Onward right now, but that could potentially set a bit of a tone now as Dark Tidings have to pick up a Marsoc round. They want to keep this thing even. And look at those KDs. 3s across the board, except for Absent-Minded Prof. Well, I suppose they do have a 3 in there.
I mean, they did get that nade kill, and that was a fantastic nade.
True.
Duel did finish that off, so, you know, that's I think that's got to be worth at least 1.5 there. But it's great to see the change in the pace now with the objective changing the opposite sides, going over to the north. I do find these objectives can sometimes be a little bit more Volk kind of favored, but with this objective being so much further down, and you just need that cover, and this one definitely does play better into the hands of Marsoc. Some very good equipment usage, and getting those quick picks onto the objective, then Marsoc can certainly find themselves getting a cap. We'd think we were pretty close there.
Yeah.
It was just a great defense by Dark Tidings and Nomad, and unfortunately that lane 4 push did come in, and like I said, that it can be pretty devastating when one player gets there. They're on the back, they're watching, they're waiting for the rotations, and they're just going to pick people off. So let us see, I guess, how Dark Tidings do that themselves.
I wonder why that initial push was pulled off from. You know, they had control of that corner at objective, but then they ended up dropping back. I think if they had been just kind of kept putting that, pushing their thumbstick forward, they would have ended up having themselves right on top of that objective and potentially punching in a code. Could have been a different story, and so like you said, I think maybe even Dark Tidings are fortunate that only ends with 1 point to Pantheon, and we'll have to update the scores. Apologies as we do get into our next round, round number 4 on map number 1. Here we are kicking off the NA Group B with some great battles between Pantheon and Dark Tidings, and man, this is a good start to the action if there ever was one.
That there is, and we're seeing a very similar kind of defense coming out, but probably a little bit more aggressive actually from Pantheon. Jester and Freak both holding lane 2 and lane 1, with Duel pushing up onto lane 4. Does find 1. Anthony tries to get the refrag, can't quite pick him, and then nade comes out from William Dunce taking down Jester. He is only down though, so must try and get that confirm whilst Absent Mani Prof holding onto Jester. But the C4 comes out to confirm that Freak does get the teammate, but whilst also downing William. And the call-out's going to come out from there. Got to stay quiet now and can't really let people know. Freak gets a nice pick onto Carebear over onto lane 4 whilst getting the confirm onto William Dunce, and Nomad desperately trying to get... Oh, does find himself getting picked off by Freak. Now we are down to a 1v2 with a great pick by Anthony on that aggression there.
Absolute chaos in round number 4. These two teams, they are not afraid to risk it all. I mean, what a forward. I mean, Pantheon might as well have been playing offense with this defensive setup and how aggressive they pushed up through the midfield. And I mean, hey, it works to at least get the enemy down to only one player, but at the same time, Pantheon only has 2, and they are split apart, so there's an opportunity to 1v1 them one at a time.
It definitely is, and if Anthony can read the situation and take that lane 4 approach like we saw in the last one, but goes back in and absent-minded profs up for and kind of position there, does catch him off guard to give Pantheon their 3rd point.
Yeah, and I love this. I love when we get to this stage and you just see teams really stepping up and trying their hardest. You can just tell from the celebration from the final the final players on Pantheon there that they are stoked for the win, but recognizing they have to stay locked in going forward, because against any team here in this group stage, they can easily come back from a deficit. You're never safe in a lead.
No, really, you are not. Even 3-1 up, anything can happen really at this point. Dark Tidings could get this defense and then punch in a code, and there you go. They've just taken that map from that 3-1 lead. And getting to this point, I find sometimes can be pretty quick. But then finalizing that final point to just close out the map sometimes becomes a much tougher challenge. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Pantheon can do that. But so far, the map pick based on the knowledge that Dark Tidings haven't really played it that much and haven't got too many wins on, it certainly seems to be playing in their favor. And we are moving over to another kind of quick objective, being the Burning Porch on lane 4. So with Pantheon being the aggressors and this objective playing well into an aggressor's kind of playstyle, anything could happen really now.
Yeah. Anything could happen. This round could be done in another minute and a half, just like that last one was, and we could be on to map number 2. Or Dark Tidings could stand strong and give us a little battle here on Suburbia. We'll have to see what we get as Pantheon roll out on objective side spawn, so they're going to be able to really get on top of this objective right out the gate, and that may play well into their strategy if they are putting their thumbsticks forward here and trying to get up into this playground space early. There is some pre-fire to try and slow them down, and there is some early smokes. So that's a pretty good smoke that goes right over the top of the house, right into the back of objective.
We'll shoot this. Does throw it away though and spots the movements there by Absent-Minded. Can't quite land them. Great nade again by Absent-Minded. Takes down Shoot This and opens up the lane 4 approach. Freak with a pick onto Anthony, and now the objective's pretty much open. There is lines of sight onto it, but a few good well-placed smokes, and you can find a cap coming in here. Nomad trying to cover from the mid-house port. Does have an angle on that corner, and there's the first smoke. And if the approach comes from lane 4...
We've talked about this. Yes, we talked about this earlier today. The 5-pointer is big. If you have an opportunity to get 5 points, you do want to try and take it, because it's valuable in the end of the day. If you end up tied in second, having extra points does get you the win, does get you that advantage in ties. It's vital. And Jeremiah is here, tablets out. Where's the code? Where's the punch in? No, they pull back. Tablet comes back. Oh no, they had the chance if they just committed to it. Jeremiah then re-tablets out, re-pushes forward. Now they're punching in the code behind the sandbags. Now they're not. Commit to the cop. They can get it right here. Now the smoke dissipates, and all they have to do is punch it in, but the kill comes over the top, and Absent-Minded Prof finds the kill. They had 4 left alive. They could have taken 5-1 again, which is, it honestly has played into more scenarios than I would have anticipated over the course of this weekend, where that extra point, that extra 5-point win has set teams apart from others. So it's, you know, it can be impactful, but hey, a 4-1 win, still pretty good. Pantheon gonna take that one, and well, on to map number 2, which I think is Dark Tidings map pick. I might have the home away team spot on my end of things. Yeah, Pantheon were the higher ranked team, so they picked this map. And now we go into Dark Tidings map pick, so we could see a swap in scoreline, depending on where we go for map number 2. Where do you think we're headed, Jamie, for our second map and last map in this series between these two?
Oof, well, I don't know if my heart can actually take another map if it's like that. Just get the cap. But easy to say when we're above. Next map, I mean, Dark Tidings seem to be fans of Quarantine and Downfall and Subway. So we could potentially see one of them. Similar maps coming out from Pantheon as well. Obviously, we're going to be having the ban phases and stuff, so we could maybe see Abandoned. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, we could see a side pick also, as that can be pretty important as well. Knowing you've got the big maps potentially on the cards, take that Vault side and ride out those defensive wins.
Yeah, we saw yesterday a Snow Peak Knight get picked, and Tanker. So there's also those Knight options if you want to try and throw a curveball and force a team into night vision. Maybe something that could happen there, and so we'll have to see what we get in, again, this exciting Group B for North America. So it looks like we are going to have to deal with some technical elements on our side to get into our next lobby, but I am curious where they are going to take us. Quarantine and Subway have been real kind of staples in the tournament so far, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something there. I'm seeing, is it Tanker? Yeah.
That is a Dark Tidings favorite as well for a short pace one. Maybe not something, I don't know. I mean, again, is this a map pick based on knowledge? Because it does seem like Pantheon have played it 4 times and not won it. So again, Dark Tidings played it 4 times and won it 4.
Makes sense then that we're ending up here, statistics-wise at least. But again, anything can happen when it comes down to it, and the chips are on the line in the postseason. So with a good 4-1 start, Pantheon definitely have momentum on their side. Looking at the active rosters from both ends, I'm not seeing any subs coming through. Care Bear, Levelot, Anthony Dead, William Dunce, Nomad, and Shoot This. And Dual Freak, Jeremiah, Jester, and Absent Minded Prof. And yeah, no subs have come in, so should be diving into map number 2 on Tanker any moment here, and like you said, it technically does play into the Dark Tidings favor, so maybe we'll also see that score reversal. One thing that really has played true is if you can get a 2-0 start out the gate, you really do set yourself up pretty well for the rest of the tournament. You can afford to lose rounds even, but that doesn't seem to be happening when these teams do take the 2-0 leads, and so we'll see what we get. Dark Tidings on the attack, Pantheon on the defense as we go into round number 1 on map number 2 here. We're in to the group stage, Jamie, and it's happening. The action is unfolding before us.
Each round just constantly it's just been action-packed really so far, and if Pantheon can hold on and take this map, then they're going to roll straight through. And what a great objective to start out with, middle of the platform. You're just going to get some aggression. There's lots of pre-fire coming out at the moment. Not going to find its mark. We're not seeing the aggression from Pantheon like we saw in Suburbia, though. They're kind of holding back and just waiting for any players to come out in the open, and they're just picking them apart there. But Dark Tidings going to be able to smoke the objective out quite a lot there. First pick does go to Anthony Dead, picking Jester off whilst Freak tries to go in. Does get taken down by Nomad whilst he's only down. Anthony Dead there confirming the kill. Absent Minded Prep pushing in, does get the refrag onto Anthony and also picks off Nomad at the same time. Jester and Absent Minded holding on to the objective there. Duel also coming over now for a little bit of a kind of aggressive spot. A nice placement could end up catching 1 or 2 off guard if the push does come in, but it does seem like we're going to hold out, and Dark Tidings now going to play it a little bit slower and see if they can identify any more positioning of the Pantheon defense.
All tied up 3 apiece after the chaotic first minute 10. Shoot This underground, 1 upstairs at a likely battle with Duel, and William Dunce watching for any flank, as is Jeremiah. So it is it's just interesting to see these teams essentially set up in the same style of position. Same position with the same intention. Duel finds the kill up the middle, and now William Dunce has to try and do work themselves up through the middle. Again, kind of going in one at a time this format, and Shoot This needs to really converge from the underground to reinforce William, but Duel could very easily be popping out at any moment from this pillar if William's not careful. They have to know one's over there after those shots have come through and they're seeing two dead in front of them.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see that kind of mirror placement there of positioning. Like you say, it was all kind of 1v1 in one sense, but now it does come down to the kind of crucial moments. All of this action has gone in under just over 2 minutes, should I say, and the attack is coming in just a little bit slower. William Dunce kind of holding and waiting to see if he can spot Duel, but that positioning, he is going to, I think, come into the lines of sight of Duel before he can get the shots. It's going to come down to that pre-fire on the corner there, or how patient Duel can be on this corner and watch and wait there without kind of getting too aggressive and popping into the sights of William Dunce, who is watching for that movement here.
Pillaging supplies off their teammates as well as Shoot This slowly works in from the basement and kind of Shoot This draw a distraction. Duel will be forced out into a rotation, and that's when William catch the kill, but for now, Duel is staying pretty tucked in, and there doesn't seem to be an easy way to get rid of this defender on the corner. Other than maybe William here, who's now got the angle and is holding it, waiting to see if anyone pops.
Yes,
there's a trade.
There it was. We were talking about it. Absent Manny Prof does go around for that revive now, picking that up. So it comes down to a 3v1, and it's all down to Shoot This, who's going to try and come in from the back here. Maybe not the worst kind of idea. See if you can just catch anyone off guard on any rotations there. And with 2 minutes 25 remaining, you've got a lot of time to be able to just scan the objective and anywhere around it. Just all the waiting game, really, at the moment.
Yeah, would have maybe liked to see this advancement come in a minute ago, and it could have been used as a distraction in a pinch, but yeah, they checked their tablet and realized they're all alone. I think he's yelling at his parents in the room, trying to tell him to be quiet so that he doesn't give away his position on the comms.
Gotta love that element of VR games. Having you just bringing in all those factors into it. I know my dogs give me away one or too many times.
Oh yeah, we had that happen today in a match where dogs were barking. I said it might be strategic, where you're trying to get into the mind of your opponent to not shoot the dog.
It's either that or play it on Subway and just to make people think that it's part of the game.
Prof rotating around in the middle. Shoot This doesn't see him. We'll go ahead and activate our night vision to enhance our view in the dark, as Shoot This maybe also has night vision on and is advancing up here. Jeremiah doesn't peek out, but is certainly heard by Shoot This, so they know one's inside and one's in the center. Time is ticking, though. There's only a minute left.
Yeah, not a lot of time, and with having 3 defenders to try and identify, it's going to be tight. Jeremiah must be hearing a little bit of this movement here. Shoot This now on the ground. Kind of.
Oh, you gotta be so
sure
careful.
What's going on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's flipping through the wall. You have to be conscious of that when you end up going so close to a wall. And yeah, they were easy to see clipping through the fence, the wall there. They end up shooting him on the other side. It's the thing that happens in this game, unfortunately. And there's no real rules around that, because ultimately players know that in this game, if you do get too close to a wall, or at least you should know, if you are up too close to a wall, there's a potential that your toe or your heel or your ankle is poking through the back of that wall, and you could be stabbed or shot, and it's free game. You know, you can't, no way to sort of really rule on that. Some teams choose to not find those kills, but I think every time in the postseason that's happened, it's happened maybe 3 or 4 times so far this weekend, the player's taking the kill, and I can't blame them. Of course you're going to get the free kill when it's handed in front of you, and you're going to get that round when Pantheon continue to pile on. And we're up now 5-1 total scoreline.
Yeah, it's a big kind of scoreline, and yeah, you're gonna take any kill you can get really
Yeah.
in this game. If you're not aware of what you're doing there, then you know these are important, crucial stages. People are gonna do what they
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Pantheon certainly starting out kind of strong there. It's a solid defense, really. They put a stop to the aggression that did kind of come in the
Right.
beginnings there, and it does put a hindrance to other players' kind of momentum as they start seeing the friendlies going down, and you start questioning, is this the best kind of approach? And then things start happening, and that's where people start getting picked off. So let us, I guess, see how Pantheon can do that the same and just see if they can roll in and try and pick apart the Dark Tidings defense. This objective certainly does play better for a team that can just kind of smoke it out and just cause that chaos and surround the defenders while they're trying to make sure nobody's capping.
Couldn't ask for a better start. If they do get a cap, it'd be 3-0 out the gates on their enemy's map pick. You see a nade coming deep downfield, and Anthony ends up going down underground, so a trade 1-for-1 in the underground space, it seems. Level up found one. Shoot this, flies out and catches absent-minded Prof down the long lane. Dark Tidings doing well to pick apart Pantheon on their approach out the gate as well.
Yeah, it's a great defense so far by Dark Tidings, just holding the lines. Again, we're not seeing any heavy smoke or equipment uses there. Jeremiah does get a pick onto Nomad as he's moving around there. Care Bear will hear this and be able to call it out to the team, though. Not going to be able to provide a lot, though, as the smokes are now coming in. Shoot this, got to rotate around the objective. A little bit of unlucky kind of placement there on top of the crate. Shoot this also goes down to 3. And Care Bear must hold this down now with William Dunce. Both got a side. Each 3 can push in and potentially get this 3-0 lead, as Care Bear's got to check a lot of angles here, and he's just sitting and watching and waiting to see where he can pick off that 4th player. Shots coming in. Sounds like team shots there, maybe.
No, it was up over the shoulder of Freak towards
Oh.
Lovelock. To push them back in, and now William finds the back of one. Jester's there to support, though. At least the on-objective potential is gone, and Lovelock has to push out to defend from that cap around what could have been that corner there. And so, as they go to check, Jeremiah and Jester are ready to go. Pantheon snag 2 rounds on their opponent's map pick, and remain at the on the upper level of Tanker. Shift over to the east of the map, technically, and I don't know, maybe now an opportunity for Dark Tidings to put a cap on the board.
Eventually, again, this objective does play well to a team that can just heavily smoke the surrounding area and then try and push that Marsop player in. But you're going to see a lot of pre-fire potentially coming out from a Volk side, as they do have the high ground, so they can just wait for the movements to come in and try to pick apart Marsop as they do push him from the opposite end, from the west side of the boat. And you can also see kind of tunnel pushes coming in as well. So this objective, it's not an easy one to kind of defend. You've got to make pretty important judgment calls based on how the play is coming in by Marsa. If you know that they're not really going to be using those tunnels, then those defenders can be defending the objective whilst you've got your defenders up front. And it's a pretty tricky one to identify that early enough in the game for it to be kind of useful. And yeah, sometimes we can see flanks coming out on this objective as well. It does play well to a good Volk flank, where they do go through the tunnels, knowing that Marsok aren't using it, and just getting behind them and taking them down. So lots of plays that we could potentially see here, especially at this kind of stage in the competition.
Yeah, and looking to the future of this series, I'm curious how our other matchup is going that's live right now. Siren Snails and Cinder are battling it out against each other. Wondering what that score line is. Maybe someone will be able to report that in chat, who knows. But yeah, that would be interesting to see, because right now we're on pace for Pantheon to be up 2-0, and I wonder if we're going to have another team be up 2-0 as well, and which team it is going to be, because I think we're going to want to go and follow Pantheon along to their next matchup against Siren Snails after this, and I want to know how Siren has done in their matchup against Cinder. We'll find out, and we'll report it to you. But we got to get back into the action because we're not done with map number 2 yet. Dark Tidings, not a team to give up, and out the gate, they get a nice early pick-off as Pantheon are playing aggressive here on defense. Now 2 go down for Pantheon. Finally, Freak does find one. So at least it's a 3v4 with dual Resible. Could be a 4v4 if Freak backs off.
Yeah, some very, very fast action there. Freak getting that aggression in. Like say, you've got to be careful. You've got to identify the movements by Marsoc to know what pushes it right. Nomad gets the pick onto him through that aggression. And Duel now only able to get the call out. Jeremiah with the free fire angle from the high ground. Does find himself a very nice kill there. And absent-minded Prof successfully defending the tunnels. Also turns this into a 2v2.5. We just got to see now how... Oh, that was a close team kill nearly. Got to be careful when the confidence from Absent Prof does take out Duel and the capabilities of getting that information from up front. So Jeremiah and Absent Prof now need to try and hunker down and watch and wait and see how Dark Tidings do push on this. And if my sources are correct, Siren Snails have taken the first map of Snow Peak 4-1.
Well, all these regionals have ended up coming down to a point where we've had 2 undefeated teams battling it out in that last series. May end up being a little different this time. Siren Snails take 2-0. We could have that matchup happen next, but we'll have to see. Still, though, we have, I mean, Dark Tidings aren't out yet. They could very well get back into this and maybe tie this up 1 map apiece, you know?
Yeah, I mean, with Absent-Minded kind of having to make the rotations, checking the tunnels, and moving around a lot, there could be a point where Jeremiah does go down and the cap comes out, but Jeremiah does spot Care Bear moving around there and gets another pick. Dark Tidings now down to the sole attacker, but again, this objective can play well into Marsoc's favor as there's just so many angles that Volk have to be covering. You could just find yourself catching them off guard a little bit, and Nomad's certainly been doing that a lot tonight. He's picked off many players just as they're making those rotations and movements. So I'm interested to see how he makes this play now as Absent-Minded Prof has gone back down into the tunnels. Jeremiah to make a lot of movements here. 3 minutes 15 remaining as well. Got plenty of time to be able to try and ascertain where they are, but not a lot of utility going to be available. I imagine a lot of it's being used now, so could have the time to be able to kind of check around. I see a flash here on the ground there. Not going to be picked up though. It's easy to say, I guess, when you're in this caster view, isn't it? When you see all the stuff going on, you're not in this kind of pressurized moment. Whereas Nomad's probably just thinking, you know, I need to get these kills or I need to go in for this cap here.
You want to talk about tunnel, but definitely even more severe in VR because you have limited FOV, and so you really do focus right in front of you. You miss players right within your peripheral vision, at least ones that we see when we're on stream. Not necessarily what they would see in game, and so yeah, it is there's a moment, like you said, where things are quite chaotic for Pink. That's Jeremiah.
We see that onward. Yeah, we see the onward timing so many times. You know, we could potentially see Jeremiah go down just at the time Absent-Minded goes down. Got to try and make that rotation, but just can't quite get in quick enough. There he is going down now. Jeremiah peeked.
Nomad can cap.
No.
Prof missed it when they crossed, and Nomad can cap on the corner of that door.
It just, if Jeremiah hears the click, it does seem like he's heard something. He's not happy with something.
No, they didn't. They're not fully checking. He didn't look. No, now he goes for the kill and has to find Absent-Minded Prof. They know where Prof is, so Nomad's trying to rotate around them.
All the rotation forward. Wow. What a play.
I'm not done yet.
Not done yet. Nicely played.
Well, message received loud and clear on the caster's desk. Okay, we get it. Nomad, I won't count you out. I apologize for even suggesting that Pantheon would go 2-0 here on this series because, well, clearly both squads are locked in. I mean, I love to hear such competition in the voice of these players when they're playing today. It is so fun to watch, and it just means that we're in store for some very good games throughout the entirety of the day. 6 total maps to be played out, 3 series, 3 different teams going up against our opponent Pantheon, who we will likely be following unless Dark Tidings can take a win, and then who knows where we're going to go for our next game, because I don't know what we're going to be seeing here in terms of who is going to take 1, 2, or 3. And that's the beauty of a regionals when we get into it, is if we do get to that point where it is anybody's first, second, or third. And I guess third doesn't matter, but first and second are the big goals this afternoon. First, really, because then you do not have to fight against the other second place qualifier in Group A for a chance at that third place position, advancing forward. So yeah, the competition here, fierce. And for the first map, the first series, even though they've lost one, they're down. Yeah, Dark Tidings have to have the attitude of they're not done yet. They have to take every round and stay in this.
They really do, and hearing him with that kind of such a kind of commitment in the voice, and yeah, I feel like they are going to be able to just hold this out and potentially go through here. We're seeing some defensive smokes coming out by the Dark Tidings side. William Dunn's getting up a little bit aggressive here. Kind of similar positioning that we did see in the last one, but they must have kind of rehearsed this a lot more, as they are confident on this map. They have played it more and won it more, so they've definitely got these plays down. Freak going to be the one to try and test William Dunn to see how it goes there. Backs off on the corner, knows that it's probably not kind of the wisest decision, but Jester does find a pick there onto Care Bear. All the way into tunnels, and that opens up the push with William Dunn's getting the pick onto Freak there.
Yeah, didn't even bother looking to their right. Again, that tunnel vision. And William, if they just peeked, they'd have the short angle onto Jeremiah, who now tucks back in. But they're being distracted by the multiple presence here. There's Jeremiah, a nice pickup from Will. Duel could be popping around this pole and looking for William up through the center after those shots. But they're going to first find Nomad and pick them up. William tries to shut down Jester, but misses, and then does end up trading on the corner. It leaves Dark Tidings with Just Shoot This, who has to get Duel on the side and can't. Pantheon find the kill. And with 2 left alive, they take their Marsoc round in almost under a minute, Jamie. This Pantheon offense is fast.
Wow, that was it. Started off with the kills for kill, and then just get that push in close to the objective. You've got to make those rotations like we were discussing, and then that's where you get punished by Marsoc. If you allow them to get that distance, get that ground, then you can find yourselves in a very tricky kind of situation there. And that's exactly what happened. Just a fantastic play by Pantheon, though, to use the aggression and push in well. They're just looking very, very strong. That momentum really building. Yeah, just a very, very strong side tonight.
Yep. And if they can take this win, we will be following them for their matchup against Siren Snails, which is going to be exciting. Definitely looking forward to that matchup. But then we also have Cinder and Dark Tidings for round number 2. And then the round 3 is Dark Tidings versus Siren Snails and Cinder versus Pantheon. So a lot of good games up ahead of us here this afternoon. What should be 4 to 5 hours total of Onward action for you fine folk at home that are tuning on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon venues. We appreciate your support no matter where you're at. Meta Horizon Worlds is what it is now called and what it's now referred to. And that is how you will find it. That's how Shoot This finds Jeremiah right through this tunnel here, and off to a good start for Dark Tidings.
It is 2 down already. This objective underneath on the ground, it's a very tough one to kind of hold. There's a lot of boxes in with the objective, and if a Marsoc attacker can just find the way in, then there's a lot of things that both need to be doing here. Freak's positioning good. Jester finds himself a pit there onto Care Bear, successfully defending the that tunnel there. And this is basically what it comes down to. It's just a battle of the tunnels. You've got to hold the front, the sides, and just hope that you can pick off people. Anthony Dead pushing in, does catch Jester whilst he's walking that front tunnel, but the trade there coming in between Duel and Anthony Dead as well will put Pantheon down to 1 defender now. Freak got to hold against a pretty strong force here.
Yeah, you don't transition fast enough, you miss the action, and it is a quick start to this round. Dark Tidings clearly putting their foot on the gas as well, putting their thumbs forward on their sticks as they accelerate into this objective. And Freak does have quite a task ahead of them. They have to defend from this bottom layer where there's 4 entry points, 2 to their sides, 1 to their front, and 1 to their back. And it seems like Dark Tidings could utilize all of those, with Nomad working in from the back of Freak, William on one edge, and Shoot from the front. I guess not all of them. There's only 3 left alive. They can't go through all 4, but they are going to hit 3 separate entry points. It's just a matter of coordinating.
Yeah, the tough bit here really has to be hunker down and just find yourself a spot and hold the rotations. You know, you've got a lot of ground to cover, but you're giving away so much sound cues to the attackants that they can just basically pinpoint where you are, and you're gonna get that pre-fire. So Freak really needs to just hold down now, or he can find himself getting picked off. Like nearly there. Shoot this, does spot the movements, tries to take the shots, gives away his position though. The flash comes out. Oh, the movement by Shoot this unfortunately can't quite evade Freak, who does get that pick there. He's not going down without a fight here. Got to hold the next tunnel against William Dunt, who potentially is going to be the next one. Gets the sound cue behind that.
Flash.
Nice flash. Very nice flash. It'll put a stop to that push there.
Have to get a few more bullets. Now Nomad's there on the underside, and Dark Tidings again lock in another round by Nomad, who yells out, "Still not done yet." And well, clearly they're fighting, and they need to, because every round matters, Jamie. At the end of the day, if you are tied on map wins, we do go down to round wins, to round differential. And so even now, if Pantheon while they are letting Dark Tidings close this gap, it could potentially negatively impact them in the long run if they do find themselves in a tie. And so they got to stop the bleeding here and take this 2-0, or Dark Tidings could push this 3-3. They are on the defense here, but I don't know. I would argue that defending this objective is pretty tough.
It's yeah. I mean, Marsoc have a lot of ground that they've got to push up. So you've got the tunnels on the north and south side of the boat that you've got to push all the way down there. So Volt can just find themselves angles to just hold that and wait, basically, and just pre-fire down it. So I think this one, for Marsoc to have any kind of successful win, you really need to get pre-fire on those corners and just hold Volk back on the corner. Make sure that they can't pick you off while you're moving down, and get the attacks coming in from the front and back as well at the same time. And yeah, just pick them off as they are doing those rotations. As there isn't, even though there's a lot of boxes, it's not cover that you can use really for kind of defending, really. It can work against you in the fact that it does block kind of sight on opposite entrances. So it is very tough. I think it's tough on both sides.
Yeah. The underground objective, definitely a challenge, and we should be getting into it for Dark Tidings' turn at defending downstairs. We'll see if Nomad can get themselves another round for their team, or if Pantheon will secure a second map and really start off this group stage with a good foot forward. I'm sure Dark Tidings want to spoil that. They want to at least keep things even so that they have that opportunity of going 5-1 still, or potentially 3-3, whatever. But just getting one here is going to be big for them. So Nomad's going to take up defense in the back while the rest of the team attacks and level up. Finds 1, maybe 2. No, can't get Jeremiah.
-1, we lost 1.
That was unfortunate, as I was talking about, you know, hold those tunnels, hold those lanes. He does get that first pick. Jeremiah, though, quickly on the refrag. Shoot this now, trying to get the refrag in his own there. Does find it onto Jeremiah, and Pantheon now down to 3 attackers, taking on 4 defenders. But we are going to see the north tunnel pretty much open at the moment, so a lot of ground is available there for Marsoc attack to come in. But Absent-Minded Prof is just going to hold down and watch and wait. And we've seen lots of rotations here, lots of movement, but Pantheon not in positions to be able to see this. So now it does come down to that waiting game again of just when will Marsoc try and push in. It does look like they have identified that this north tunnel is pretty much exposed there. So potentially the attack is going to come in from that angle. Shoot this, really got to keep an eye on that and make sure that nobody can make that approach, with Absent-Minded Prof also kind of poking on the front side, just not letting Volk really sit down and get too comfortable, as he knows that if you can push on those sides, they've got to watch those angles, got to make the rotations, got to turn around, and that's just where you're trying to pick them off here. And the best thing as well is nades. Explosions in here really can be pretty devastating, but you've just got to get close enough and get that angles. And yeah, it does seem like a lot of talking coming out. Absent-minded Prof will be hearing this, and good to see the communication between the sides. You know, at this point, it just doesn't sound like they can, like, the pressure's in the voice at the moment. You know, they're feeling good, they're confident, and that's where you need to be really at this.
Wolves dropping back. I wonder why. They have control essentially of the underground all the way up to these stairs. Maybe they'll end up going in. I don't know. I don't know why they dropped back like that. To check this tunnel the long way? I'm curious.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
Oh no.
A team kill. Shoot this. Something happened there where they were seeing enemies and it was a teammate, and they end up taking down one of their own on objective. It puts Nomad super far away.
Yeah, I think he was having issues because his player model was a little bit iffy. It looks like he has dropped out now, so potentially it was can't really leave him there having issues, and the cat maybe. But Jester is going to push on this. He'll try and get the shots onto shoot this. Who goes down. Take him down, should I say. Nomad on the back there does get his pick on top of Manny Prof, and William Dunn successfully defends the front. So very nice defense by Doc Tidings, who are not out yet.
No, even with that unfortunate need to team kill, because I think you're right. Once they did team kill them, they then DC'd, so maybe there was some sort of tech issue with one of their players, but maybe they need to have that to have been more often, because it does end up with them getting that point they need, and now they go on to the attack for one final objective that we are going to be going upstairs for, and I think this one tends to lean into the defense's favor, but it is certainly capable. If you're not effectively watching this pillar, you can cap from any, either side of it, depending on how the defense is set up. And so, yeah, there is opportunity for a 5-3 win from Dark Tidings, which I'm sure they would love to take, but at this point, you really do also want the map wins, and I'm sure they'll be focusing on just finding anything they can get, whether it's a point or two.
Yes, indeed, and like you say, there is so many angles you got to try and cover on this one that it can lead into. It goes either way. It all depends on that Marsoc approach. If they use that utility and use it well, then it certainly can be a tough one to Vault kind of hold, as you've got that entire back also that you usually have a defender in watching for anyone to Marsoc to be pushing in from the bottom of the boat. So if plays go down well, that defender is pretty much off the objective and the caps do come out. But it does seem like we are going to go into a timeout, I believe, whilst I think Dark Tidings deal with that issue, but I can see Anthony in the lobby, so
yeah,
maybe our discussions are using the time.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to cut to intermission. We can just buy the time we need until we get back into it. I don't imagine they would want to take too big of a break either, especially if you're Dark Tidings. If anything, I could understand a Pantheon timeout to try and disrupt this Dark Tidings momentum, because right now they are really on a comeback here on Tanker, and I can see trying to ice them out being a viable strategy, a tactical move on Pantheon's side, but no, like you said, if anything, it's a technical pause for Anthony to reconnect, and should be getting into this in the next couple of seconds if we are abiding by the minute-and-a-half timer between rounds that you're supposed to use once everyone is connected. So we'll see what we get, but yeah, we should be into round number 7 shortly. I'm not getting any indicators. Timeout was called, and so I think we are going to be good. Yep, just carry on. Round number 7 of map number 2. This is just the beginning of the North American Group B round robin qualifiers, and so we're in store for a bunch of action outside of just this next round to finish off our second map. We got 4 more maps ahead of us here this afternoon. Certainly exciting stuff, and well, back into it we go, Jamie, for round number 7.
Indeed, and I don't want to take too much away from this round, but word is coming in chat that Siren Snails and Cinder are playing Bazaar, and Cinder are up 2-0. So make of that as you will. And Absent-Minded Prof is going to open things up with a pick onto Dark Tidings there, and now with 4 attackers to try and take on 5 defenders. This is a crucial moment, really. If Dark Tidings don't win this, then that is it. And if they do beat Pantheon, then we do go into that map number 3 like we were on about.
No, that's not the format. I tried to explain it to you, and I was hoping you were listening, but nope, no map 3, not how this works. Only 2 maps, each team gets to pick one. We have 2 maps a series, 4 maps left after this with new series ahead of us. We do not play a 3rd map.
Apologies. So it is important.
You just trust in my explanations, and that is what is happening this afternoon. Again, it is only 2 maps a series. So Anthony, going to be putting rounds down range. We're going to be trying to figure out who is going to be taking map number 2 here. It's very much up in the air. Pantheon doing well on map 1, but since then had a hard time battling back the comeback from Dark Tidings.
Eden, at the moment, you can see the change in pace really in the attack and the defense really. Pantheon kind of holding back versus how they've played other rounds where they've been pretty aggressive there, and Anthony is trying to poke and prod, see if he can just get any picks and just try and move any of the defenders off their positions to try and go for the aggressive push. But it doesn't seem like it's going to do anything at the moment. Absent-Minded Prof, the only one who's in the way, does go down to a double team there between Nomad and Anthony. So that evens things out. The nice flash coming in just to try and push around. Does find a couple bits of movement, not any shots going to connect there. Nade also coming out, not going to land onto Jester. Freak and Anthony side by side. The pick goes on to Anthony there by Freak. Now we are onto a 3v4, 2 defenders standing dangerously close there. If a nade comes out, Freak goes down to 1. William Gunn's there on the corner though. Jester very quick with the refrag. He not prepared for that duel, also taking down Nomad. And all the action does come down in that minute. And Care Bear now all alone.
Jeez. Well, don't count him out. Duel's gonna get picked up here. That's a 1v2. Jeremiah's rotating deep to the north. There could be an opportunity for Levelot to pop up underground and challenge, but Jester should be hearing the reshift here from Levelot to go back to the stairs. It's all a matter of how much they're paying attention to these footsteps and where they go from here, because there's a route to pop up, find Jester, maybe not necessarily ready, and then it's a 1v1 to finish this off. Certainly would be exciting.
That it really would be, and 3 minutes remaining. Care Bear does have a lot of time. You can just look around on the objective, see what movements there are to be made. Not wanting to give away his position here to anyone potentially above him. So the bit slower movement is going to come out there, and could potentially work in his favor, as Jester won't get any kind of sound cues, won't know exactly what entrance he's coming from. But it all comes down to that kind of waiting game that we've seen. And a few of these rounds here come down to these kind of crucial moments, the last couple minutes, and the attackers taking it just a little bit slower to just see what they can find. And it all does come to a head very shortly.
Jester hears now the footsteps. Jester does get tagged, but doesn't go down. Levelot tries to swing back and rotate around the backside, but the pressure is applied by Jester, and Pantheon take 2 games from Dark Tidings. They start their Group A off right and put themselves in a position to potentially advance into that #1 spot as the undefeated team. Obviously, Dark Tidings certainly put up a good battle, and the point differential does matter when it comes down to tie games, which we have had happen multiple times. So should be, I don't know, we'll see if this ends up impacting things in a couple of hours from now when we do get down to that final map in this group stage. But again, we still have plenty of Onward left ahead of us. We're going to cut to a brief break. When we come back, we might jump into the other game that's live, if it is still live, or we'll be hopping into our next round of this group stage for 2 more maps. So don't go anywhere. More Onward action coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to get into our next matchup as we patiently await for Siren Snails and Pantheon to hop into the lobby. It is going to be round number 2, technically map number 3 of the afternoon for these teams. And, well, Pantheon so far playing pretty good, Jamie. 2-0 for their matchup. Siren Snails not so lucky. Certainly a good start, but ultimately did lose a map, and so they are 1-1. That means that Cinder is also 1-1, and on the bottom of the ladder currently is, unfortunately, wow, I'm blanking.
Dark Tidings.
Dark Tidings, thank you. And at the end of the day, what that 1-1 means is that there is still opportunities for Dark Tidings to come back into this, and really, it's kind of it's a toss-up right now. Even though there's a 2-0 on the field, if Siren Snails can get a W here or 2, then things are really going to be out of control on this scale in terms of who's where in the ladder. And so it's a toss-up right now, and that's what I love about this group stage, about how competitive it is turning out to be. I really don't know who is going to win this. And although, we can look at stats, what does the story tell us here between Siren Snails and Pantheon? Our first map going to be on Snow Peak, and it was picked by Siren Snails.
Yeah, so both sides have played this map a few times. Siren Snails 9 times, won it 7, and Pantheon have played it 7 times and also won it 6. So for all intents and purposes, fairly even between these teams. They have duked it out before a little bit earlier on in the season, and Siren Snails did come out on top in 4 points to 2. So if history is anything to go by, then they're hoping to reenact that and find themselves a win here today.
Let's see what we get as we dive into round number 1 on map number 1, technically map number 3 of the day, but map number 1 in the series between Siren Snails and Pantheon. Pantheon on the defense, Siren Snails on the attack, and they're even reciting the defuse code, which I don't think I've seen. I've only seen it used once in regular season play, but yeah, for those that are just tuning in, this is the game of Onward, 5 versus 5 military simulator. The attacking team, the blue team, the Marsoc team, is trying to get within a certain radius of a designated objective. You can see it as a little mini dot on our mini map down there. They're also trying to do that or eliminate the opposing team to get themselves 1 point. They can get within the objective, that's 2 points. And so Pantheon, as a defensive team, are trying to prevent Siren Snails, the attacking team, from getting up to this objective and entering in that 7-digit code. If they can do that, they will get 1 point. If they can eliminate the opposing team, they will also get 1 point. So it's a matter of either outlasting the clock or taking out your opponent for the defense. And it's a matter of getting up to the objective before the clock ends or taking out your opponent on offense. And, standard search and destroy style gameplay at the end of the day, but exciting little battle here with Molotovs coming out. You don't see a lot. I have seen the Molotov used actually a couple times so far in the group stage, but it hasn't really been used successfully. Is there a cap coming through? What just happened? Jamie, we missed Blue walk up to the objective.
Must have come in through the south. There was nobody there. I was too focused on that garage. It was an interesting push by Pantheon there. I was watching it and thinking this is a little bit risky, and yeah, wow. I mean, if we had been able to see the players on the map potentially,
Yeah, right. I know.
We would have maybe seen that there, but wow, that's really unfortunate, but great for Siren Snails.
I did manage to get over there on the defense. They saw the defender running up to the objective, tablet out, and they tried to shoot. Can penetrate these walls. They should have just blasted the rounds through it, but they didn't. They tried to go out the door, around the door to get the kill. It's
devastating.
Wow. That was a surprise, and Blue absolutely shocking Pantheon, who again maybe this is how they managed to get their map 1 against Cinder as well, just with a shock and awe strategy. Either way, wow, what a great play, and now Siren Snails have to defend to put themselves up 3-0 on map 1.
Yeah, and this is a very, very tough objective. We've just seen any lapse in cover, and the caps do come out, and you've got to be so prepared on this objective. We're seeing a very aggressive defense coming out again, this time by Siren Snails, hoping to control the horseshoe here and make sure that no members of Pantheon can push in. Freak does get a pick onto OK and Blue, who got really aggressive there onto the Ice Lake. And Siren Snails down to 4 defenders to try and hold against 5 attackers. And like I say, the defense is very, very split so far.
They have 1 on objective. If this freak and dual combo just kind of does what Blue did and sprints at the objective right now, who's there to defend? This is a potential cap opportunity for this Pantheon team again. If they don't get caught out by Downpour, who is trying to find the shots but can't quite connect here from this backside. Does draw the attention of Pantheon at least. Maybe puts a pause on their sprint, and you can see, yes, Duel does drop off their advancement to the objective.
And he does, but he's going for the much safer route of coming in from the south. Downpour coming around here to try and stop anyone from pushing around here. Recognizes how they got the cap in the last one, but he may not be able to catch Duel on this rotation, so he could find himself getting picked off from behind as he's not actually watching the and this gunshot's going to give away his position. Jeremiah does go down, and there it is. Duel does get the refrag very quickly there, but now the south push is open. If Duel can push in and get the defender on the objective, then we could see the retaliation cap come out, and in a great fashion, Freak gets the pick on the defender trying to rotate back in. So we are still stuck with Kami on the objective, and we've got yet another defender who must rotate in, but the timing's going to be going against him. He is on, Lightskin is on this rotation. He's on a very, very, very long flank here to try and catch off Pantheon from behind, but Jester is watching and waiting, possibly saw a little bit of movement there. Oh, but often not carry on watching.
No
Kami's
one's on
gone down on the
objective.
objective. Lightskin's got to get back in now.
They have to avoid killing Lightskin because this is a free, open, easy cap. If Jester...
Coming in.
No, Jester, don't get the kill.
Freak's
Yeah,
there.
Jester is literally not shooting Lightskin. Wow, I love it, Jester. Yes, good plays. That's what you like to see at the high level. Oh, finally. I know we didn't watch the cap over there, but oh, that is what I like to see, man. Because what would normally happen there, JB? In almost every other game that we've tuned into, what would we have normally seen there?
You would have definitely seen the pick off at the end there, you know, it's or maybe just a lapse in communication. Someone didn't get a call out and the defender goes down and it's, oh, we could have got that cap there. So very, very well played. Good communication by the teams and just recognizing Lightskin's got to rotate in and Jester just holding off and just knowing if he takes those people out, we'll kill you and we'll get the point either way. So fantastic play and like we've said, just what you want to see in these round robins.
It's so interesting because Lightskin didn't want to kill. He didn't want to kill Freak because he wanted to push. He wanted to get killed. He wanted to get shot, and it's just. I don't think I've ever seen that actually, where two opposing players are just looking at each other like, "Hey, what do you want to do about this?"
Wow. Just
yeah. Well, hey, the group stage delivers on unique plays and interesting matchups, and a cap for a cap to start our round 2. I mean, everyone, make sure you're sitting down because this is my heart rate is definitely up right now after that round, and we now go over to the I don't know what you would call that, the hangar objective.
North Hangar.
Yeah, North Hangar objective, and I don't know. Do you think capping this, it can happen? You know, I certainly have seen it come together, so we'll have to see what we get on Siren Snail's attack. They are certainly playing this thing aggressively, and maybe to a fault. Maybe we'll start to see a little bit more reserve play from Siren now, because they are tied up 2-2 off of the cap. But either way, Pantheon are right back into this. We're evened up, and we're on to a new objective.
6488 750.
Indeed, and if anyone is watching this who is kind of newer in a team and seeing those defenses, you've got to know that those pushes can leave those caps open when you start losing the defenders and you're too far away to make that rotation. That's exactly basically what happens. You find yourself getting caught out and the cap coming in. So take the take the warnings there. Keep your defenders around, and it does seem like Pantheon have recognized that and just holding down now. 3 defenders still defending the objective. 1 player in the north, 1 player at the bunkers, and just a standard kind of defense. Get the knowledge there of where Marsok are and call that out to your teammates so they can make the adjustments needed. But this objective, I do find, I think we see quite a lot of caps come out on this objective, especially on Snow Peak. I think this is one of the more commonly capped objectives, at least in my experience. I'm not sure about you, Nightfire, but I certainly cast this and get this one a lot.
Yeah, I think the real threat, like I said, is coming in from the lakeside, which is why we were on board Blue here, who has pushed up all the way over to this, right where you want to be if you want to apply quick pressure into the back of the objective. What they need, though, is the presence of their team over into the north, and they don't really have that. And I don't know if they ever will. With how the setup is right now, they're pretty stacked up on this lakeside. There's 1 rotating from the north. They are likely to have an LMG. I don't know that until I go over there. Who is that over there in the north? Oh, Duel might go down. Blue tries to take the shots.
Yeah, this push is certainly relying on the fact that you do have those defenders off the objective, and Freak with a nice north rotation does find a pick onto E. Hansen and then just rotates back, and that's kind of an important part of defending and knowing that you're not going on the kills there. But as I say that, it does go for a further rotation. Okay, and Blue does pick off Duel covering the bunker there. So now Freak got a very long rotation to be made. Let's hope that he doesn't get punished like this, like Skin did. And as we see, it does happen.
Prof,
Absent-minded Prof.
Downpour there, and Blue again is the close threat. Freak does get picked off, almost maybe to the detriment of the potential cap opportunities, but Blue does go down as Gesture pops up and is defending on objective, and Siren Snails are down to just 2 after the chips fall, and I think they may recollect up on that north side, try and push down from the objective, and the 3 from Pantheon left are Absent-Minded Prof, Jeremiah, and Jester. They seem to have a nice triangle set up around the OBJ. If anything, they're interestingly rotating, almost anticipating that Kami's going to come reinforce and come in from this side, because they are dropping off of their lakeside positions where they were holding down that lake, the lake in the dock over there.
Yeah, it's always tough when you've got to give up that lakeside push, as I do find it can be quite good if you can just get a defender to sneak in whilst the attack's coming in from the kind of east there. That's where the caps do come in. So Light Skin and Blue Kami, should I say, gonna have to kind of reconvene here, and it still can be a very, very powerful push coming in from the north. There's the far north pass where you can get high up over the objective and take shots onto the defenders. There's a couple containers there we can see where Jester's kind of held up at the moment. You can shoot through them, so a little bit of pre-fire into them. It's a very common spot, and you can see yourself getting the pick there. So lots of options available here for Siren Snails to be able to attack this objective. But like you say, that triangle defense that Pantheon have put out here, it always works quite well.
Usually does. We'll have to see if Siren Snails can break through as the timer ticks down. 1:45 on the clock for this duo to work with. They are going to have to push, or they'll run out of time and lose the round. That's how it works. And so Pantheon have that option of really just waiting out the clock and waiting out the timer. They know it, and so there's no reason for them to push out and look for these kills right now. It's really a matter of Siren Snails coming into that triangle trap, that web, if you will. Kami on a bit of a rotation, though, may end up able to catch Absent-Minded Prof with a utility piece, a flash, and then push them, but who knows? Lightskin does kick things off. Yeah, that is a great pick.
Yeah, very nice pick there. Used the rotation well, starting to pick apart this defense. Now we've got Absent-Minded Prof. Got a hold against Kami, who is pushing in, and he has remained very, very quiet. Lets the push come in.
Oh, no.
Oh.
They didn't hear
Jeremiah
it.
could get picked off. He could get picked off from behind. Now the rotation is coming in from Abdulmani Pro. Does hear the gunshots, but now he is all alone. Got the 12x. He's going to try and get the... Tammy's on the tablet out. Oh, couldn't quite get it after time. It does come down to a 1v1 now. Lightskin versus Absent. Absent with the 12x. Lightskin with the machine gun. Not an angle you want to be in on that 12x. He's got to try and get a gun in if he can get it quick enough, but he couldn't. Siren Snails get that point, and yeah, they're looking pretty strong to potentially take this map like they have done before.
This matchup is crazy. That was almost a cap. I mean, there was enough time for that to get punched in. I've seen it get entered in within that time, and they are lucky that it wasn't an extra quick cap. I'm sure it was close. I wonder how close. You know, it felt like it was close, and then nice shutdown just in time to prevent that. Ultimately, 1 point goes to Siren Snails, but it's better than the map. And wow, I mean, we are just kind of running through these rounds right now, Jamie. No time between. These teams confident in their plans they have for each round. Pantheon, they know what they want to do on the attack.
That they do, and Siren Snails clearly know exactly what they're going to be doing on this defense. I think it's probably going to be a bit of a mirror image kind of defense. It's a very standardized kind of send the 2 out, have your 3 defenders kind of holding around, making sure that nobody pushes on the ice lake. So yeah, so we will potentially see that come in by Siren Snails, but like we saw there, anything can change at the drop of a hat. You've got 2 attackers to take on 3 defenders. One goes down, and that's it. The attackers have now got the advantage again, and both these teams really capitalize on those advantages really, really well, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's a mark of good, skilled teams, and you know, this was maybe a battle I would have anticipated to see at the end to determine who's first and second. At the end of the day, the scoreline may end up being that this matchup does determine who was first and second, but both of these teams playing well today. Clearly, Siren Snails coming out strong against Pantheon, who again are 2-0 so far in this group stage. All they need to do is defend, and they've got themselves a map, and they're delivering Pantheon their first defeat. Puts them 2-1 overall, tied actually with Pantheon, and yeah, or it would be a great spot for them to be in. So very close to locking in something big for their team, and that means that the pressure is on. Want to see how Siren Snails react off of it. It seems like they're not afraid to get aggressive. Downpour is pushed up here, but Duel seems to be wary of the threat there. They've heard the comms from Downpour.
Well, they have, and it's a very, very aggressive defense. 3 sitting off, taking some very powerful positions. We saw an early push by OK and Blue. He did get the trade. Obviously wanted probably a little bit more from that, and Downpour just staying so patiently in this corner, knows that he has got the upper hand. Duel has to cross in front of his lines of sight, and that's an important thing to Volk to realize, and not get too peaky or too hunty, you know, trying to hunt for those kills. Just maintain that advantage of Marsoc having to push in. The push does come in. Downpour goes around, tries to get the shots, does land them onto Duel, and now Absent-Minded Prof has got to try and see what he can do to take out Downpour, as he's going to be in a very powerful position. Could get the flanks. The gunshots coming out. He just gets saved by the skin of his teeth there. Jester trying to get the shots onto him. Absent-Minded Prof now continuing with the north push, hoping that he's gone down, and we're seeing a kind of bit of a rotation here. The Absent-Minded Prof isn't watching. The kill could potentially come out here. The trade, but no revive going to be available there for Downpour. Very far away. Jester potentially could come in and get this revive now that is needed for Pantheon.
Yeah, he'll be able to get over here, pick up Absent-Minded, turn this into a 2v3 after confirming Downpour, so that res won't be available, and it's a manageable thing for Pantheon. They can still come back here. The res prof confirms it. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, they...
Ouch.
In the for those that don't know what just happened, in an effort to confirm the down body, because when you down a character, they're not dead. They can still communicate with their team. Absent-Minded Prof pulled their knife out, knifed the body, and then their teammate ran in front of them into the knife.
Well, I mean, round robins, folks. What can you say? Anything can happen. But it does leave absent-minded now, having to try and pick apart the remaining defenders. I think Pantheon here are probably going to be just considering what they're going to be going, or where they're going to be getting taken to on the next map. Lightskin is watching and waiting. He's in a good position. And there it is. There's the pick, giving Siren Snails their victory for the first map. And I think that means they basically tie with Pantheon on the map wins now.
Yep. Indeed they are. And round 2, delivering on the action, Jamie. This is, I mean, maybe there was like 6 highlights from this series, from this match alone. That was crazy with all the caps and the plays and the knife team kill. I mean, so close, yet so far away at the end of the day. And excited to see where we go from here. What do you think our map 2 is going to be? It is going to be, I believe, Pantheon's map pick.
Yes, so we can take a quick look over at the standing, or at the score, should we say, for the map picks, and it's probably going to be a toss-up, I imagine, between Abandoned and either Cargo. As if we take a look at the Siren Snails, they've played Abandoned 4 times, won it 3, and Cargo, they've played it twice, won it once, whereas Pantheon have played it both maps respectively 8 times. So that's going to be my prediction there.
It looks like map 2 is going to be Bazaar.
Okay, I'll just shut up and go sit in the corner.
Hey, I asked for your prediction. You gave it to me. It made sense. But, you know, we don't know what the bans are, right? There's 2 bans apiece for each team. And so that map pool is a lot smaller than it normally is in a best of 3. And, you know, your choices are limited. So map 2 picked out to be Bazaar. And, I mean, what do the stats say here? Is it I imagine it's probably close to a pretty even matchup, just with how that system works. You typically do tend to ban down your opponent's best maps and then kind of get maps that you're both okay at.
Well, the reason why I didn't mention Bazaar is because Pantheon have only played it 4 times and won it 3, so their most played maps, Snow Peak, Downfall, Quarantine, Cargo, and Abandoned. So those 5 maps, they've played them either 8 times or 7 times.
Wow.
So this is a little bit of a unknown, really, as Siren Snails have played this 7 times and won it 4. So a bit of an interesting pick, really, by the Pantheon side. Not quite sure what the motivation would have been there, but we're not in the player's mind. Maybe they've been working on this, they've done it in scrims, and they know what they're expecting. So what do we know from the desk?
We'll adjust that team versus team for you before we get into the action. It is going to be Pantheon on the attack, as it is their map pick, and Siren Snails on defense. The action we go for round number 1 with, again, Pantheon in the blue on Marsoc, approaching this objective with the quick spawn. They'll be able to get pretty close to this OBJ out the gate. Freak's going to take control of Kayat building, and this defense tries to set up, but Freak shuts down blue from pushing into the bottom floor of the building that they're in. It's an early kill, and it pushes, it kind of shuts down that north defense for Siren Snails. They don't have a good hold there. Lightskin's kind of put into a bit of a bind, although they do have cover up from the back, so someone like Jester won't be able to see them in this position. And actually, this is kind of an interesting position. I don't think I've seen taken very often.
No, it certainly is a good kind of angle. E. Hansen and Lightskin both basically shutting down any movement in the on the kind of east side of the bazaar there. So the only safe kind of passage will be on the far north wall, which we're not going to see any members of Pantheon taking. So even though the defense is heavily invested on this east side, it's a good position. Let's just see how Pantheon decide to approach. We can see Jester coming in from the east there as well. Absent-minded Professor and E. Hansen having to trade there in the east side of the bazaar. Duel left on the Coyote all alone. And this eastern push could be pretty powerful here. The defense not very strong on this side. And then once you do get the defenders on that east courtyard, they're then behind the objective and they're just able to basically pick people off whilst they're trying to defend from the bazaar. So this is going to be a potentially tricky situation for Siren Snails if Downpour goes down here.
There's one. Do they know there's another? As Jeremiah didn't take shots at the wall. There they did as Downpour goes for the confirm and Utility starts to come in. It's a nice bank shot that blinds Jeremiah and ends up in a trade. No way that res is coming in from Duel all the way across the map, and so it's a 1v2, but if anyone goes for the res, it's a 1v1 for now, at least. No one's on objective, really, except for Lightskin.
No, very, very risky revive going in there. If Lightskin had gone down, then so the cap there is open. We've seen a lot of these kind of risky plays, and these objectives seem to be kind of the quick ones. Lightskin only narrowly catches the cross there, and but does get the kill either way. So Siren Snails starting things out with their with a point on defense there.
A really nice snapshot from Siren, because if you heard their comms, they said I was looking at my tablet and you can see the laser was down when the cross came in. Classic Onward timing. But they do manage to snap up and hit their shots for that final kill. And yeah, Siren Snails, I mean, they're looking good right now. They are... It makes me wonder how well Cinder's playing. If they manage to take a map away from Siren Snails right now, who is currently... on track at least, although or very early to assume, on track to take 2 maps from Pantheon. Ooh, it would really... Then, for round 3, it's anyone's game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. These score lines are all going to be so close for this 3rd round. It's going to come down to rounds 1 or something to determine who's first and second. So, we're definitely in for a good couple of games and some hype matchups that I'm looking forward to here. This one, obviously, one of them in Pantheon. Well, they almost started to bounce back on Snowpeak. I'm sure they can do it here. Well, they have to. They have to try and get this map to keep things even. Actually, they would be taking the lead then over Siren Snails if they do manage to get this map. So they do want to try and lock in this dub. Do get into it. Round number 2 on map 2.
Well, they do, but if Siren Snails can hold on to this momentum and they do get the win, Lightskin with the first pick onto Duel, slowly dwindling down that defensive side, then Siren Snails will take the lead on map wins, won't they? So it's all to really play for at the moment. Still all going on. Downpour gets a nice pick onto Absent-Minded Prof on the east side of the bazaar there, and now we are down to 3 defenders. Siren Snails looking so strong on this map, it does make you question what the thought process on the map pick was. Freak now got to try and defend on the Coyote. Okay, and Blue pushing in. Does take a couple shots, not able to connect them. A little bit of ring around the rosies. Yet again, but Freak going to be caught on the opposing side of that and goes down. So 2 defenders against 5 attackers, and the smokes now are coming in.
Yeah, this is a aggressive team. Siren Snails sticking to a certain pace, a certain style of approach, and it is, again, thumbstick forward because it is pushing them right up into their opponents. They continue to challenge, and Jester here does at least shut Kami, trying to push up through the front way. They do get flashed as they are blinded. Blue doesn't push, so it is an opportunity to bounce back. They almost flash themselves. I think they do. I think Jester is blind again, and Blue capitalizes off that mistake, gets the final kill. Could have been a cap, but hey, 2-0 is good enough for Siren as they advance up their lead on map 2.
What a just a fast play there. Another, just over a minute 30 round coming in there. We're seeing a lot of these tonight from the NA side, and these teams just looking so strong really in their plays. It's all the I guess plays throughout the season really starting to show now and what they can do, and potentially anything that they have been saving is where everything's going to come out now. And
Right.
so yeah, let's just see, I guess, how this next objective goes. We're going to go into the far west now, and this objective can be pretty Volk favored. Marsok got to basically cross the entirety of the map, and there's just so many buildings that they got to try and pick out, and Volk generally do shut down any crosses to the objective. So it does take a very well coordinated and a good team that can communicate and really identify where the Volt position they are and call that out to the teams. They've got to know those call outs, as that is crucial. Each courtyard has, what, 8 buildings where a Volt defender could be, and you've got to communicate that to your team so that they can get that pick. So it all matters.
Just reading the comments in chat. I appreciate everybody that's stopping by, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Meta Horizon Worlds. We appreciate you hanging out. That's right, you can catch this action inside Horizon Worlds on a giant movie theater-like screen inside VR with other people enjoying the action. It's a really cool way to hang out and watch VR. I do recommend that you go check it out if you have a Quest or Quest 2. Again, that's going to be on Meta Horizon Worlds that you'll find our stream live right now. Sure, a bunch of people are enjoying that, and a shout out to you, but also obviously a shout out to everyone that's hanging out across all of those channels: Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and again that Meta Horizon platform. Into the action we go right away, though, and kill for Siren Snails, kick things off on defense.
Very, very nice pick there by OKM Blue. We're seeing so many of these kind of just snapshots that just honed in on the target. You know, they've done these defenses so many times. They know what pixel movements they're looking for, and that's what means they've got to make those shots. And it's really paying off to their advantage here. So Freak going to be the next one to try and attack this western courtyard as OKM Blue gets a little bit aggressive there. Does get a flash out and uses it well. Gets the pick onto Freak as well. So Pantheon now down to 3 attackers very early on. 1 minute has gone down. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough push now with only 3 and not really knowing exactly where Volk are.
Blue playing a nice role here as the point player on defense, disrupting this push. Prof could find the back of Blue here soon enough. Blue isn't too careful. Lightskin doesn't seem to be wanting to communicate anything because that would give away their position. Sometimes they'll use clicks as a means of communication, but I don't think maybe even Lightskin knows that Prof is above them. Oh, yes, they do. As Blue gets down, maybe Lightskin wishes they had communicated it to their teammate. Lightskin won't be able to find Prof, but Duel is also here, so it might be a double kill if they're fortunate to play their cards right. Could also be nothing if Duel finds this pick in the corner.
Yeah, and Lightskin really got to watch this now. There's been no sound cues, so he isn't paying that much attention, but vice versa, Duel hasn't had the sound cue from Lightskin either, so he's just checking his tablet. Just getting ready to push. He isn't going to peek this corner. It's a very common spot, and he's going to fall foul of it. And it's a good pick by Lightskin, staying nice and quiet there to get that pick, as that means Absent-Minded Prof now going to be trying to hunt down this kill before he makes any movement. What a nade! Fantastic nade straight through that window. Hopefully somebody clips that, because that was brilliant. That was a grade A nade throwing there. This is what we come out to see. I just love a great nade.
Oh, yeah. We all do, and it was a beauty. Now the smoke comes in to try and blind out Kami's position, but they're going to need more to reinforce that, and there is a couple of pretty good angles here from Siren Snails for Pantheon to work through still, as you do see Downpour has one of those ultimate angles that they're going to have to cross if they want to get to this objective, or they could rotate south. Might actually be their best chance.
Yeah, many options that you could do. Don't forget, we have also got the far north cross. There's nobody covering the north wall at the moment, so if Absent-Minded Prof was to rotate through the Coyote, he could get on the backside of Downpour, take him down, and allow Jester that cross. And then Siren Snails could really find themselves in a very, very tricky situation there, as having the attacker on the north, and that is seemingly what Absent-Minded Prof is opting to do. Seems like he's got the same caster eyes as we have, and he's going to make that rotation. Fantastic game sense and just map knowledge, really, of just knowing where they're going to be.
Onward timing. Recognizes that nothing was coming from the smokes And when nothing was coming from the smokes, they think, was that the distraction? As they turn around, there it is. They end up in a trade, and now it's all up to Jester for Pantheon. Clutch this up. They find one. Kami's here on the corner, and it's a double for Jester to put Pantheon on the board in Bazaar.
Wow, just fantastic. Like I said, you know, that north rotation, I think that was the crucial one there, really. That trade going off, that needed to happen, and to allow that to come in. So just a fantastic play by Pantheon there, and showing that map knowledge and that game sense, and knowing what you've got to be doing. Unfortunately, though, for Siren Snails, as they really held up a fantastic defense there, and unfortunately just couldn't quite close it out in those crucial moments.
That's when it's the hardest sometimes, and Pantheon now go on the defense, an opportunity to hunker down and hold up a defensive round to tie this up 2-2. Then go to a fresh objective, and it's anyone's game for map number 2. Obviously, we see Siren Snails playing well to take 4-2 on Snow Peak, but, you know, this is technically Pantheon's map pick, so like we said, stats-wise, it may not seem like it's going to give them any advantage, but you would think it's at least a place they're comfortable with and do want to play on. So, see what we can get on defense here. We go into round number 3.
Yeah, I guess I can. Duel maybe,
Indeed,
but
they
not
must
really.
be obviously a lot more confident on this, and word is coming in. It does seem like we've got a mirror kind of games going on. Dark Tidings have won Snow Peak 4-0, and Cinder have picked map 2 on Bazaar as well. So mirrored kind of games there, and interesting. Dark Tidings bringing that back here. Well,
Yeah, it really does throw this whole win-loss
on the
map thing into chaos for us.
he's speaking that windows in the apartment building.
Gonna be sitting here mentally taking notes of the wins, the points, everything that's going on. It's a busy day for us.
Indeed it is, and it's a lot of math, which can, you know, not be our strong point sometimes. So do bear with us if we have to do those kind of high-level calculations, but we will get through them for you because we want to give you all that data that's out there for these teams. 5-5 still. The first minute ticks down. Smokes are out, but is there any advancement from Siren Snail?
Doesn't seem like there is going to be any movement. Seems like they were going to be kind of distraction smokes to just see if they can bring out Pantheon's defenders to peek around those smokes, and hoping that they think that the aggressive play is coming in that we have seen by Siren Snails, but they are going to maintain that Bazaar area and just hold down. And the question comes down to what utility are they going to have for the push onto the objective now, as they use quite a lot of smokes there, and they've got a lot of ground to try and cover. And I'm liking the look of the Pantheon defense. Got 3 defenders in this western courtyard, 1 defender still covering the north area, and then 1 covering the south to make sure nobody can make the cross. The only open avenue would be moving in through the middle of the street, potentially from the south. So hopefully Pantheon will be keeping an eye on that, as OKM Blue seems to be rotating around that way here now.
Yeah, got 2 up the center as well, Downpour and Kami, and have to see how this ultimate approach works for them. So it looks like they're also sending 1 in through the south, so it could be a big draw of the attention of the defense here in this Bazaar, as Blue does get picked up by Duel. That's a big pickup. Blue's been a key killer for the Siren Snails team.
That he has. It's been a name we have been repeating over and over just for these plays, and yeah, that's going to be a very crucial pick. Lightskin going to be the one to try and attack on the north, try to take down Absent Minded Prof. Whilst all that's going on, Kami Aaron does get the pick onto Duel, and Lightskin will get the pick onto Absent Minded Profs, and we are down to a 3v3 Freak trying to push in and get the pick there onto Lightskin. Can't quite get him. So just like that, Siren Snails do take the advantage with having 3 attackers up, and this northern approach completely open again.
Yeah, I wonder what Jester's going to do. They're kind of the in that southern defensive position over there. More so on objective, I guess, than anything to prevent that cap from coming through, because there is a lot of ways to approach this objective, and if you don't have eyes on it, then it's kind of troublesome. But they do have that position from Jeremiah here. And they are covering that ultimate cross, so Jester does just need to watch the north and the south, but that's kind of challenging to do. And for now, at least, good job of drawing fire out, and Downpour getting so close to the objective. It's dangerous as Jester goes down. Oh, good pickup by Jeremiah. A vital pickup by Jeremiah. To your point, Lightskin's rotating. If they know where Jeremiah is, Lightskin could potentially go far around the north and get to that objective undetected, although Jester is there to radio anything in they see.
That he is, and he is going to be seeing all this movement, so we may see the rotation coming in by Jeremiah very shortly, as Jester will spot this, but great rotation by Lightskin. It may not matter if he can just get the timing, push in behind the building here, and get in the corner of that wall. There's the comms there for Jeremiah to peek and get the pick. Unfortunate, as that was a great play by Lightskin, and Jeremiah now going to be able to cross around to try get the revive. Does come into the silence, and Cammy, who can't quite get the shot.
Oh my god, I ran out of ammo.
Saved by the pillar,
I had to reload while he
and
was
all
fucking
those
shooting at me.
bullets
Oh
in
my
the
God.
LMG not going to save you from 2 shots from the AK-5C. Fantastic play. Just wow.
It is group stage, baby. Siren Snails clutching it up with that final kill. Tommy, you could hear them saying they were out of ammo at the end there, and they had to reload on that pillar. So they are, I mean, again, so lucky that those shots don't connect around that pillar. They're just wide enough to give them enough cover, and they end up being out to find the kill. Wow, that was quite the finale to that round, and now Siren Snails are a round away, a defensive round away, taking themselves and grabbing 2 maps here in round 2. Total scoreline would be 3-1 in maps 1. Right now, these 2 teams are tied 2-1 apiece, and so yeah, Pantheon with such a good start definitely don't want to squander it by losing 2 in one series, and you know, their next opponent will be Cinder. Be an easy battle from what seems off of current scoreline for Cinder winning a match themselves, and so I think we're in store for a pretty exciting round 3, and I'm really interested to see where we land after the end of both of these series that are going on right now. What it does seem like, Jamie, is that all teams are playing fast today.
And they are, but they're able to kind of change that pace at will. So we may see one kind of super fast defensive play, but then the next one they're going to hold it back and then just play it a lot tighter. So it's hard to really pinpoint exactly how the plays are going to go. I mean, we're watching it from here and we can't judge it. I just wonder how the teams are doing it themselves, how they're working all this kind of out. And with the objective change over onto the tank here, this is not a very Volk friendly kind of objective. There's 2 sites that you've got to be covering. So if you lose one site, and then like on Suburbia, with the tank there, you can cap from both sides, and you can see the cap come out with some very good smoke plays. And with how Siren Snails and both Pantheon been playing, I don't think you can rule out a cap from either side here. OK, and Blue does open things out with a kill onto 3, and that puts Pantheon down at a deficit now. 4 attackers to try and take on 5 defenders, and he is watching and waiting here for Jeremiah to make this cross. Also, Duel did get the sound cues from the gunshots, and it seems like OK and Blue did hear the footsteps there. So now he's potentially going to find himself getting pushed on by 2 attackers, and that's the best way you can really approach for this position.
Yeah, and a nice slice that Blue's taking here to watch that window. In the case that Duel does try and peek out it and look for any info down onto this side, and there it is. Ooh, he almost gets tagged. Blue then instantly relocates after they shoot, and it's just it's so interesting to see how quick they react and move. It's, you know, shift to a new spot, do not stand in one position. And as I say that, they are kind of hanging out in that same spot. Now they drop back to a 3rd corner where they're going to try and guard that other, again, the window again from a different angle. And so it really is throwing Duel off in terms of where Blue is and where these shots are coming from. What window are they holding from? Maybe even how many are here is a question that Duel is thinking. But either way, Blue is allowing Jester and Jeremiah to get around them for now. How long will that last? Who knows? But that's a really forward position for this defense.
That it is, and it's a very powerful spot as well. You just can't get that tunnel vision on that one attacker, as like you say, now we're seeing Duel's made the rotation. He's gone around, and both Jester is going to make that rotation with Jeremiah as well. So OKM Blue could potentially find himself just a little bit off with this pacing, and if the attack does come in, but Siren Snails with still having 5 defenders up and taking down another attacker in the north. This attack is going to be more or less contained into the south now, and I imagine that they'll probably be aware of that once the gunshots and the smokes do start coming in.
Pantheon have limited options at this point. They really do have to lean into that south push. Duel does get Blue. A big kill here too, because again, Blue, a powerful shooter for that team, and so a nice shutdown of their point defender. Siren Snails down to 4, close to evening the odds. And if anything, South seems largely undefended. Jester and Jeremiah are finding very little resistance here. They could get around and behind this objective with really only Kami holding one of those that one angle on the backside.
That he is, and it's still a very, very good defense, though. It's very, very tight, and the cross is kind of difficult to make. You've got to try and push through, but now with Kami going down, the east or the southeast is very exposed. Duel can be doing work here and just kind of put a stop to Lightskin's rotations there. So E. Hansen and Downpour now got to make some big rotations here. The south side of the tank is uncovered, and E. Hansen now goes down also from the blue room. Trade coming out between Duel and Lightskin, and that just leaves Downpour. Got to try and defend the cross, and it's not going to be an easy one. He's got too many angles to try and cover. Got to push out, and like that, the kill does come out for Pantheon, and they will get their second point for map number 2.
A must-win Marsoc round that they clutch with 2 left alive. Big points for Pantheon. And again, you got to remember that the point differential is important here. So even if Pantheon does lose, losing by a little is better than losing by a lot. And so they now put themselves into a space where if they can put up a good solid defense, they've got this tied 3-3. We go to a fresh objective. Where is it? It could be Coyote, right? We haven't had the Coyote objective yet. Or it could be Humvee. I think those are the only 2 objective spawns left. Or it could be the middle of the buildings here in the south. So there's three potential spawn points, I suppose. So we'll see what we get, if we get it, because it could be the end of map 2 of Siren Snails. Take a Marsoc round coming up here, but now we're taking a little time between rounds, Jamie.
Yeah, you can sense the pressure now between the sides. We've gone from the Snow Peak rounds where it was just instant going, and now we're getting that 1 minute 30 full kind of timing. And taking a quick look on the kill feed, these sides, they're so even really with their kills. There is a couple kind of standout shooters, but for the most part, they're still pretty even, you know. Everyone's been doing work, and it's hard to really pinpoint where this is actually going to go. We saw it, you know, Pantheon there, they were down 3 attackers to take on 5 defenders, and then just amazingly turned it around super well. And like I was saying at the start of this objective, once Volk start going down, they've got to make those rotations, and Marsoc can capitalize on that by holding the rotation angles. So yeah, if Siren Snails can do a similar thing, then they're going to get this map point, but I imagine Pantheon are going to do everything they can to stop that.
Into the gameplay we go for round number 6 on map number 2. Pantheon trying to clutch up a defensive round here if they can. Have to see if they can lock it in. The absent-minded prof pushes forward here. This is a bit of an aggressive move. Looks like Siren Snails may have detected that cross, but either way, they get set up, and Blue, like they have been, kicks things off. They're just going to go straight at objective.
Yeah, Great way to start out this round, OK and Blue, with that pick. Freak, though, also getting the pick now onto Downpour. So we're just trading out these kills here, and it's, like I say, it's anyone's game, really. Siren Snails opting to take the push on the eastern courtyard. Very, very dangerous push. OK and Blue getting very aggressive and just keep poking and prodding at what defenders he can, and just basically being a distraction and just making that noise to make sure the Pantheon can't hold one certain angle. And it's just, that aggression does come out, and it can work well. The smoke's now coming in as from the east. So it does seem like Siren Snails are getting confident with their positioning here on and pushing in. Absent-minded and Freak, basically the only defenders. Jester does make the rotation there using that smoke. Works against, well, the smokes work against Siren Snails there, allowing that push in. So the defense there is much better, but now we've got the south side of the objective is pretty wide open. OK and Blue could make the push in and get the cap from the side of the tank, as that is basically exposed. Everyone is in the northeast. The distraction is coming out. OK and Blue has got his tablet out.
Huge.
The cap is coming out. Jester's got a turn. Jester's turn. No, he didn't. And the cap. Wow.
Big plays, points matter. This could impact their chances of advancing on or even taking first over second in the end of the day if we're tied on maps. So big time plays, and I mean 5-2 for map number 2, Siren Snails. They are now 3-1. Pantheon are 2-2. And I think we still are playing out potentially that final map between Cinder and Dark Tidings. So we're going to go to a brief break. When we come back, it's either going to be that final map, the very last couple of rounds, or it'll be the last series for the afternoon. So don't go anywhere. At least a couple more maps of Onward coming up.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the start of round number 3 between Dark Tidings and Cinder. We have jumped in to the middle of their second map of the afternoon. So far, Dark Tidings have taken Snow Peak 4-0. And they're now looking at an opportunity to potentially push this 2-2, where they would then tie with their opponent they just went up against. Certainly would be nice if they could get another win here. Cinder, obviously, also now looking to go 2-2 at this point, because they are, or I guess it would be 3-2, right? No.
Cinder win this, they get it would
Get
be
there.
2 maps for them.
Right, their second win. Yeah.
So Dark Tidings certainly wanting to hold out on this one so that they don't end up at the bottom of that leaderboard. If they get this, that'll be their second map, and that'll tie them in map wins to Pantheon, but not quite in points. So the third round certainly will be crucial when they come to that, as they will be looking to get those map wins against Siren Snails. So that will be one not to be missed. But first, we do have the rest of this game to bring to you guys.
There's a real chance here where we have a 2-2-2 tie for second place going into round 3.
Well, Siren Snails are on 3 wins now, aren't they? Because they won their one map
Yeah,
against
so
Cinder.
there would be 3 teams that are 2-2, and Siren Snails would be 3-1.
Yeah. Interesting.
We'll have to see, as Dark Tidings again are at warpath, so to speak, and Cinder trying to get one on the board here so they can keep things level. Level-Lot is pushing up. They are into this pillbox room, as it sometimes is called, and Ares has a little bit out of sight here. So they should be hearing Level-Lot once Love pushes forward here, and I wonder if they'll be radioing in any information or if they'll try and go for the kill themselves.
That is the question, and we are seeing a pretty heavy northern push also coming out from the Dark Tidings side. Sarcasm with the first pick onto Care Bear, will take him down and opens up that, or stops a push on that eastern courtyard, and William Dunst gets the pick onto Ares, whilst Nomad gets the refrag onto Daniel, opening up the northern approach. And now, reminiscent to the last 2 rounds we've just seen, this northern approach certainly could open things up and provide the distraction as needed. William Dunst is also poking and prodding on that south cross. The shots coming out from Sarcasm don't land onto Nomad, so he can just sit and wait. And it does seem like William Dunst is getting danger close to this objective now. Not a lot of cover. Noxguy does peek at the right time, though, and takes him down. Nomad, though, gets the pick onto Madman Mitu and takes him down in the far north, but he gives away that push. Sarcasm very quickly on the refrag there, and just like that, we are down to the last attacker. Kale got to push in on 2 defenders here.
Has a little time, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, no rush, but all these players, they can't help themselves but go quick, and so I don't think Kale's going to wait around. They're going to look for Noxguy, but they can't quite find him outside the building. If anything, they're also looking across for Sarcasm. If they can get one at a time, it certainly would be nice. The flash comes in. Does that go far enough to get either of these defenders? I don't believe it does. They do get it around Noxguy, but Noxguy pops up over the head peak to catch Kale and on, and Cinder have 2 points in the pocket. They're looking to try and get themselves a map 2 W, and again take us to a 3-way tie for second.
Yes, it seems like we are potentially seeing a battle of the vaults maybe on this, and let's see how Dark Tidings do defend this. And I think this will be Dark Tidings map pick, won't it? As they were, this will be Dark Tidings map pick.
So for Cinder to lose 4-0 on their map pick definitely stings. And now Cinder leading on Dark Tidings map pick. It is interesting. I would say a cap could be on the table, but it is hard to capture this objective. You really do have to kind of break through the defensive line. There are places to cap, so it certainly is doable, but to really get up to this objective, not going to be an easy task for any team in this group stage, because again, everybody has been hard fighting to get up into this position. They have fought over the course of 15 weeks in a regular season to get their position in that ladder where they would auto-qualify into this group stage, into this round robin. And a reminder for those that are tuning in, the winner here, the winner of Group B, which is what we're tuning into today, will be one of 2 automatic people that qualify into the Worlds. The other is the winner from Group A, which was yesterday. We then have our 2 second-place players from both Groups A and B that will go up against each other to determine who is our 3rd player that advances in from their region. So at the end of the day, we have 3 teams from NA, 3 teams from EU, and 2 teams from OCE to make a total of 8 teams for a worldwide battle for the best team in the world. That'll be happening next weekend, or at least starting. It's going to be multiple weekends of action. So do be sure to put things on your calendar, get ready for the gameplay, get ready for the action, and really don't go anywhere because we're going back to it with map number 2, round number 4, Cinder versus Dark Tidings.
It's interesting that we are on this map, really. I was just taking a quick look at the amounts of times that these teams have played this, and Cinder have only played this 3 times and won it twice. The interesting style of play there. Care Bear opening things up, gets a pick onto Daniel, and successfully defends the Coyote, putting a stop to the push there by Cinder, and now can just basically hold out and watch and wait for anyone trying to approach from there. It's going to be a bit of a tough one for them to potentially come back from this, as if you allow Volk to gain all that ground and just basically surround the objective and just put a stop to any approaches, and you won't be able to obviously get in there. So Ares and Sarcasm really need to work together here to take down Care Bear and open up the Coyote approach and just get one of those defenders off the board there.
Yeah, and it's all a matter of wait and see now. With 4.5 left, there's a lot of time, and I'm sure Cinder are trying to evaluate what they should do now, as they did get picked off so early in this round. Ares is close, just on the other side of Care Bear here. If they go up the stairs, there's an opportunity where they could go out the patio, then maybe challenge Care Bear from the back. That might be the safest. Otherwise, they are so close, just swinging that corner, trying to pick off Care Bear, who has caught a couple of kills up through the center space. The Sarcasm was looking for that pick, couldn't find anything up the middle. Madman Mito's already past this angle, and so it's really a 1v2 for Levelot here to hold things down, and Cinder definitely in a bit of a bind on the offensive push.
That they are, and that time is slowly dwindling down. There's been not many sound cues at all, so they really need to try and work and use some utility to just get Volk off their positions, or at least put some pre-fire down there. As a gunfire that we're talking about there, Madman does try to push in, but William Dunn's watching the angle onto the hotel there, does take him down. So Cinder now down to 2, but the call-outs will come out from Matt. Or Madman, should I say, of the position. If he sees any movement, at least he can call out William's position, but may not have much of an effect until Cinder can take down Care Bear.
Levelot's a kind of hassle here for Ares and Sarcasm. Dunce has to be certain not to team kill. Really good trigger discipline not to take those shots in the basement when there are enemies literally just above Levelot. Levelot tries to find Sarcasm, and now as they go upstairs, they know Ares is here off of those comms. Ares has a, I believe, utility in hand, maybe the gun ready and waiting for the peek from Cinder. From Levelot, and a nice pickup there to potentially get Cinder back into things. Maybe they can get a res off. I'm not sure where that player is down. Oh yeah, that's definitely a resable position, and be a 3v4. William also peeking out could get up by Ares if they're not careful, but they are really looking to see if Ares is going to peek this balcony.
Yep, a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas and a lot of ifs. It's always the game, isn't it? Oh, there is the revive that we were talking about. Sarcasm does make that rotation, which could be a bit of a crucial one. Ares got to try and approach on the north now, and Kalanon has got that line of sight, though. He's just got to peek that, but doesn't looking like Ares is committed to that push, narrowly avoid getting taken down by William. Tries to refrag his known position. Not there, though. The rotation has been made, so he's now just covering this western courtyard, waiting for Ares to try again. But whilst all this is going on, Madman does know exactly where William is, as he did go down to him earlier on, trying to get that peek, and the push does come in. Ares and William Dunce fighting out on the stairs here. William Dunce is the victor with a very nice flash over the building.
Yeah, Ares completely blind there, unable to contest Will, and now it's up to the duo, Sarcasm and Madman, off of that res.
Does all come down to this. 1 minute 15 remaining. It's a very tough push. William Dunce does go down to Sarcasm now. Nomad got to hold out and watch and wait to see if anyone else tries pushing in on this western courtyard. But with the minute remaining, Crazy Dave being the only defender on the objective, if we do see this mini market push come in and him go down, then Cinder could potentially close this out with a cap here. And it's going to be a tough one to do, though, as Nomad has got that lane or that avenue of approach completely locked down. Sarcasm really needs to cause a bit of a distraction just to take his eyes off that corner, but it doesn't happen. So Madman will go down to that. Gives the sound cues to Sarcasm to take out Nomad, who now can push around through the north and see what else he can do here. Well, going to opt to go back to his last position, or maybe make a bit of a rotation. All comes down to these 25 seconds now. It's going to be tough. They know what timing's coming in, and he knows that push he's got to make. Kale has got this street locked down. And there it is.
There it is. All tied up. Dark Tidings do manage to get their defensive hold with 11 seconds left on the round, and we go into map 2 with 2-2 tie. Next objective takes us over to the opposite side of the map, over to the tank. But yeah, I mean, hey, this is what this group stage is. Good quality, close battles back and forth between these two, between really any team that's going to go up against each other. It is interesting to see, though, that we still do have like 4-0s, 4-1s. They've happened every day this week, you know, and I wonder if that is just a matter of, you know, who knows? I guess there's so many potential conditions there that could come into play. I wonder if you look at those KDs, if it was a close series or if it was just kind of a stomp. But either way, it's just interesting to see now Dark Tidings having a much harder time on Bazaar versus Snopey.
Most definitely, and we are seeing two standout players for the Cinder side, being Sarcasm and Not Sky, 6 kills and 8 kills. So they certainly are being the ones putting up the work here, and the kills on the Dark Tidings side are a lot more spread out. What I'm finding interesting is just these mirrored spawns, the mirrored kind of objectives as well that we just saw in the Pantheon Siren Snails one, and it's going to be interesting to see how Dark Tidings decide to attack on this objective. Are they going to get those smokes in, and are we going to see a similar cap as what we just saw with that very quick kind of like final 10-second push, and just getting that defender in there?
Oh, out the gate, an early pickup for Sarcasm.
It's going to be a great pick as well into that eastern courtyard, but Care Bear very quickly there with the refrag maybe should have held that window and just basically watched into the courtyard, and that's going to be a pretty crucial pick really, because that does leave that entire eastern courtyard open, and it's a very powerful position for Marsok to hold. They can basically get danger close to the objective, get the smokes out there, and push in. At the moment it is pretty open. It does seem like Daniel potentially has recognized that this angle is now open, so trying to get into a position to be able to cover it. But he's just got to watch himself not getting picked off there, as you see the lasers trained just above him. Seem to get into his position, so he's going to be able to safely secure the eastern side of the objective for now, as Dark Tidings slowly work their way back around to now push in and see what other picks are available to them.
I wonder when this push is coming. That's a big pickup. All this rotation from Cinder around the objective. Really necessary, and I think giving Dark Tidings an opportunity. Now throwing you to that was almost a nice nade if Daniel had been on the other side of that dumpster, but they're a bit farther tucked in.
Yeah, it's the difficult part when you're on Volk, and it's this objective really. If you feel like an angle is open and you've got to cover it, then you're going to make that rotation. And we saw how quick things can change on this objective, so the rotations definitely need to be made. But like you say, maybe just a little bit too risky there, and not really necessary at this point. And able to hold back at the moment though, as William Dunn's trying to push in. We can see the lasers trained on that entrance, so it's going to be a very, very tough push for him to make it through there. 3 minutes 30 remaining. Flash coming out by Daniel onto the eastern courtyard, anticipating an approach that isn't going to happen. Madman is also covering that eastern approach, so Cinder very dedicated to covering this east. The thing they really need to watch out for is the southern push that's very slowly coming in, as Dark Tidings are just waiting for that team to get in there so they can make those comms of, right, we're in position, let us get those smokes in, and let's try and make this push here. If Cinder don't identify that that is coming in, they're going to get sandwiched between two sides, and that's never a good side to be. Nice nade. Close.
Oh, close.
I think he got saved by the door, did he?
I think I got that one.
So, Care Bear thinks that he did take Daniel down, and the smokes are now coming in. This is going to be detrimental. He's anticipating no one to be there, not going to be expecting anyone. The gunshots do come out, so hopefully he recognizes that and realizes he didn't take that kill. But it's the kill count that's the crucial one. Madman does take down Care Bear moving around there. The smokes are good on this side of the objective. It does give away the push from the south, though. Crazy Dave going to be trying to test onto Daniel and see if he can push through here on the south. We have got the southeastern courtyard push coming in. Kale also trying to hook in onto Madman, and let's say this attack very slowly coming to a head now. Madman doing weird, does take down William on his approach, and Crazy Dave is on the objective though. He could just make this final cross. But Madman goes down
up there. Oh, a flash is coming in, and the kill on the backside from Dark Tidings.
Oh, good.
Could have been it. Could have been the map. We'll see if they regret that for our next round, because if they can't get this W, then it does put them into a space they didn't need to be in. Either way, I guess they do at least go on to the defense with a nice 3 lead. The point is the point, and so ultimately we'll see if it works out. Cinder's still a cap away from potentially taking this, just like we saw there with Dark Tidings. And it's not impossible on this objective. And so, you know, Sarcasm 7 and 3, 8 and 3. Not Sky, those guys still shooting well.
That they are, you know, it was I think that really could have just gone either way there towards the end. It was a great setup by Dark Tidings, just getting the attackers around on the objective, get those smokes out. Maybe a bit of miscommunication on that kill onto Daniel could have potentially put a bit of an issue there for Williams' push, but nevertheless they did still manage to get that crucial point, and now they've just got to hold out and hope that Cinder don't make their way in and in the same way and get that cap. As you know, this is a very, very capable objective. It's a very, very tough one to hold. You've just got to have those two defenders either side, otherwise, yeah, we see the smokes and we see the cap.
Pressure is on, and Dark Tidings get an opportunity to set themselves up into a good position. Again, I guess it would be 3-1, right? They win 2 from Cinder. Or no, they would be 2-2.
Yeah. So they'll put them on 2, Pantheon on 2, and then Cinder would have 1. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
still anyone's game really at the moment. I mean, we're going to see Dark Tidings play off against Siren Snails in the next one, so Dark Tidings can then shut out Siren Snails. They could find themselves, if they take this one, winning on the map wins, as that would then give them 5. So, yeah, it's still just anyone's game really at the moment. Still the gunshots coming out from Ares onto the objective, trying to just put a stop to any approaches in the northeast. Not going to have an effect though, as we have seen 2 defenders push around there now. So that eastern side is pretty well covered, and it does seem like the brunt of the attack potentially is going to come in from the north or northeast, which is a pretty common approach onto here. Not Sky just seeing what movements he can spot out, but Tidings are staying cooked in. Nomad going to open things up with a kill onto Sarcasm though on the east side of the bazaar. Lots of gunshots coming.
We're on the north side, and now we're down to a 3v4. Not Sky and the rest of the team up through the middle and the south going to be making their advancement, and rightfully so. They will avoid at least one defender in the east. Levelot has to be cautious of this potential for the team to be potentially, you know, flanked from the south and then capped on while Levelot's still watching the north.
Yeah, it's those flanks really. A team that can really work them well and get them in there certainly does do really just do great things really, and trying to get those caps. The defense side by Dark Tidings is pretty strong though on that south. Just don't want to see Care Bear go down, as they are making a lot of movements here, and with nobody pushing in from the northeast, they've really got to kind of stay on their point really, and like you say, not go for any kind of super crazy movements or anything, otherwise they could find themselves off the objective and the cap coming in. Nomad gets the team kill instead though.
Fuck me, I just TK'd.
Oh, devastating.
Nomad not happy about it. Recognizes it was a team kill right away as they check their tablet and see one less person. But now things are even for Cinder, 3-3. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah.
One dead
It's definitely going to mess up their kill count a little bit, but Crazy Dave has identified this southern push, put a stop to that, and it just basically leaves the central approach now. Nomad has given himself away on that team kill, so Not Sky going to be potentially looking for that kill. Ares also looking for the kill as well, so if they can sandwich him into the into that building there and maybe make a rotation around, we could see a cap come in possibly from the east side of the tank. But Kale has got this locked down quite well, so it's going to require some good utility usage, a good flash maybe over there, and then some good smokes, and just use that confusion to get it in. But with 3 minutes remaining, Cinder have got a lot of time. Can really work around and just see if they can work out where the last 2 positions are, and or maybe even go for a flank from the north.
Definitely worried about Crazy Dave over here, and Dave might spot another one. There's a shot. Oh, can't connect. And Sky able to find them just through that pillar. They really couldn't even see that defender until those shots were taken, in which case they do find that kill. We are into a 2-2 with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it's the nature of VR, isn't it? You're not using a controller for this. There's no aim assist. It is purely down to you and your skill, and I can attest to that. Not being the best shot. It's annoying when you do whiff and give yourself away when you've had that. You know that you've had that couple seconds on an enemy, and they managed to get that snapshot onto you. Yeah, it's not a great feeling.
See what Ares does here. Work up just a little bit, be able to challenge Kale on the backside, and then I don't know if there's enough room to crash for a cap, but it would really require a distraction from the front there with Not Sky drawing Nomad's attention. Maybe that could happen, but that's going to take some very synced up play, and Not Sky's looking like they're walking right into Nomad now.
As you call it, there's the kill. Ares now trying to push in and knows where Nomad is, and this tunnel vision does certainly have its effect. You hear those gunshots, you know you want to try and get that kill, so you just stick to that. Certainly did need just a little bit of communication there to try and work the way around Nomad, who's in a very, very good position. There's no cap opportunity available whilst he is here. It all comes down to Ares. 50 seconds remaining to try and just get on the backside of this defense and pick apart Kale and Nomad. But with about a 20-second run ahead of them, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Ooh, 30 seconds. Gonna have to move. Here's the beeper on the wrist. Now it commits to a long rotation. And maybe this little extra time they're taking is gonna be too much extra. 15 seconds left. There's no time to stop.
Nope. You gotta know exactly where Kale is, who hears the sounds, the flash come out to just put a stop to that, and that is basically going to give Dark Tidings that point. Great flash by Kale though, and not giving yourself away or anything to try and get the kill. Just use what you have left and give yourselves that time. So fantastic play by him and Dark Tidings in general.
Absolutely. We are done with round 2 of the round robin Group B. 2 maps into the hands of Dark Tidings after a tough start against Pantheon. They do manage to at least even things out on their end 2-2. That means that Cinder are 1-3 on the afternoon. Dark Tidings 2-2, Pantheon 2-2, and Siren Snails 3-1. We don't know where we're headed next, but we are going to be coming back with more action in just a few moments. Round number 3 of this matchup, of these matchups today. So again, don't go anywhere. More Onward action coming at you. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of the North American Round Robin Group B. My name is Nightflyer with 2 E's. I'm alongside my co-caster, Jamie, for the evening. Jamie, it's been a wild ride. I mean, this has been quite the roller coaster today of matchups and action and highlights. I think I can think of at least 15 clips today that are worth revisiting. How are you feeling going into what is our final matchup of the day?
I'm just super excited, really, for this final matchup now. If Siren Snails can continue with the winning streak that they had in the last one, they're going to basically be the victors today. And otherwise, if Dark Tidings can put a stop to that, then that opens up the realm for any team, really, at the moment. No, it's even at this point, it is still all to play for, and it's still going to be all to play for way up until that very last map. So yeah, the excitement is there. The teams are in. We're just waiting for that countdown now.
We are going to be diving into Subway for our first map between Siren Snails and Dark Tidings. Technically, our 5th map of the day. And Jamie, that's got to kind of impact these players physically, right? I mean, it's definitely more Onward than they would play in a normal league match.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're on about 4 maps. They've probably had a little bit of a break between, but I think at the point where we're at now and what's on the line, even just playing 1 map will probably feel like playing 3 maps anyway. So it's going to be tough. And just taking a quick look on the stats here, this map's being picked out of knowledge on those. Dark Tidings played it 7 times, only won it twice, and Siren Snails have played this 10 times and won it 6.
Wow.
So yeah, it's all big, and we're on the north objective to start with, which is just wow.
Well, Gally, who do you think picked this map? I'm guessing it's Siren Snails if they're playing it this well in the regular season, and now we'll have to see how Dark Tidings weather the storm as we are getting an early push. We'll turn the night vision on for the corner to get a better perspective as a lot of utility comes up and over. Nomad's going to try and counter with a flash of their own, and they do catch Blue and Downpour, but not before they're dead. And unfortunately, that flash doesn't end up saving their life. So close, literally maybe a second or 2 away from detonating and helping them out there. But instead, it's going to be control of the north, and they're going to make their way down into the basement, or at least they'll try. Care Bear's in a very dangerous spot. Funshine can get easily grenaded, and we do see the nade tossed in. Down goes Funshine. The nade detonated the C4 they had placed, which ended up killing Funshine, not even the grenade itself.
Just wow, what an objective to start things out with. Really, we're seeing right at the bottom of the stairs. Also, there is a flashlight on a handgun that's being used to distract and blind anyone with their night vision as they come down on that corner. Can't really see the defender on the far back corner, or at least until it's very late. So that's a very good play. We're seeing these final moments now with the plays that they've been holding on to all season now to come out, and this is where it all comes to a head. The flash has been given to OK, and Blue's going to throw that down there to blind Care Bear or Funshine, and to try and get that pick. Does get the pick, but the flashlight definitely did a little bit of the work there. Lovelock gets the pick onto OK and Blues. He pushes down the stairs, and the pick goes out into the south also. So now we are going to see Kale holding down the south sector tracks. E. Hansen got to push across there, and it does all come down to the north push, where it's looking very, very strong. Lovelock is the only defender here. Kale got a lot of ground to cover if they go down, and the cap opportunity will certainly be there. We've seen them hold off on the final kill. The smoke's now coming out. They mean business on this objective. The pre-fire is coming out from Lovelock at the back there. The smoke's even more coming down now. That corner is completely covered. All you can do is hope and pray that this pre-fire does put a stop to anyone pushing down those stairs. It's all going to be very tough, and now Siren Snails really need to push in on this. Lightskin getting down into the corner there. Tablet does seem like it's coming out. He is going to try and memorize that code and see if he can get in on the cap. It did sound like somebody got hit by the bullets. Kale does get the pick onto E. Hansen, so his rotation could come out. Lightskin has made it through the smoke on the objective.
Drops the tablet!
What's going on?
He fumbled the tablet. He's butterfingers it on the objective. He drops it again. trying to punch this code in, trying to keep his hands stable. No one knows he's here, so no one's pushing this. Everything's fine as long as they stay quiet. And there's the cap. Siren Snails get it.
Wow. Just as we're talking about it, those smokes were just completely on point, and the attack from the north was just perfect as well. They just did so well to put a stop to the defenders there, and yeah, just fantastic play. Really unfortunate there for Love-A-Lot.
That is Siren Snails starting things off nicely for them. They're again up overall in the scoreboard here, 3-1, maps won. They are the current leaders, and if they can get this map win, it all but guarantees their advancement on to first place. The only scenario that could be left after that is if Dark Tidings win the second map and I believe Pantheon win both of their maps in their matchup that's live right now against Cinder. And so there is a chance that we have a tie 4-2 at the end of the day, in which case if we did have a tie, it would come down to how many rounds, what the round differential is between those two, and then if that is tied, it comes down to how many rounds have been won, in which case I believe Siren Snails would be the leader there because they did get that 5-point cap.
Yeah, they've certainly really come out of outstanding fashion on their maps, getting all those points in that they can. And I think from the casting perspective, we've been really fortunate with these objectives, as I think we've started off every single one with just a super fast kind of objective that really gets you in the mood and starts building up that momentum. So it's just been brilliant so far tonight.
Getting a bit of a different effort here in terms of pushing this objective from Dark Tidings. They're going to send one likely up that catwalk, two down south. Ooh, no, actually two up the catwalk. One up north, and Funshine instantly dead. C4 detonated, AK-12 to confirm. It is going to come down to the south and center push. Ultimately, the full south push from this team.
Wow. It just ran around that corner straight into an onslaught of flashes and C4s and bullets and wow. So yeah, the push now has got to come in from the basement, from the from the center platform, and the defense though from the Siren Snails, it's pretty well covered. They are anticipating, I think, a bit of a push from the south. Maybe not as strong as a push as what's actually coming in here. The north defense really need to watch out, as if we start seeing the south go down, then they've got a bit of ground to try and cover and to get onto that corner of the objectives where you can see the cap angle. So it's going to require some good rotations here. KO with the first pick onto OKM Blue, though. Let's take him down. Nomad going to be the next one to try and approach in through the overpass. Is anticipating a little bit of a defender there. Lightskin, though, in a great position. The trade does come out there. Siren Snails now down to 3 defenders versus 3 attackers. Kamiaran has got the south push basically locked down. A very, very tough angle to approach on here for any Marsoc team. Really, you do need some good utility usage. Try and get a smoke on that doorway and just basically block them, and then make your push and try and get that cap before they can make the rotation, or pick them off whilst they're making those rotations. So lots of things that need to happen here for Dark Tidings to be able to get through and get this cap, and it's always a very, very tough one to go at from the south.
The one real mistake right now in Siren Snails' defense is Downpour in their aggressive position up top. They're so far away from objective. There's no way they can crash in time if a push comes in right now. And it really does come up to Kami and Hansen to hold this. So unless Downpour eventually shifts off that position, there is one glaring weakness in this setup from Siren Snails. And it's a weakness now. It might become a strength later if Downpour does decide to stand up and try and push on the flank, which maybe is going to be their intention in just a few minutes here, as we are seeing them starting to move just a little bit in the market, going down Yoshi Lane, as you say, or excuse me, now pushing back all the way to the north. They are going to reinforce. Yeah, and that's the right move, right on time, right as this push potentially does start to come in.
Yeah, some good shots there by Care Bear, and does notice Hansen on the objective, takes them down. Kamiaran now gives away his spot to take some shots onto Lovelot. Doesn't quite connect them. I think the body armor kicking in there. Downpour making a rotation out in the open there. Doesn't get picked off for it. So now just holding on to the
He's in that
south. They're
doorway, that window
anticipating
there.
all the attackers coming in from here, which would be the correct judgment call to make. Kamiara now making the rotation, knowing that he's given away his position onto the tracks, which could just throw off Dark Tidings just a little bit, as they're going to be expecting somebody sat in that doorway and potentially still expecting somebody on the tracks, but it may just be a bit of an afterthought. Anthony gets a good smoke in that basically blocks Cammy's view. He can't see all the way down here now, so any push onto the objective will be unseen. And the attack is coming in now. Cammy making that rotation back into the doorway to try and cover this angle. Now he's exactly where he's expected, but he does take down Anthony. Now Lovelot and Kale got to try and work together to get this push. The smoke is dissipating. Cammy back in that corner, moving around and just taking the shots that he needs to. They know they've got to take him down. Cammy does go down to this. Lovelot now on the corner for the objective. Downpour got to make a rotation. You got to cover so many angles on this that you just know that you can't be sat around. The flash does come out, does catch Lovelot. So he's got to now back in, but 1 minute 40 remaining. Downpour got a pretty difficult challenge here. It is a bit of a funnel though. So if he can use that to his advantage and just pick apart Dark Tidings as they try and make this push, the smoke coming in, not going to have much of a use there, and KO will get the pick onto Downpour as he makes that rotation.
A nice play. They had to push out because there was the threat that Care Bear Levelot could push up to this corner and punch in the code as they were defending from around the side there. And so, excuse me, North delivers in terms of chaos, as it always does. And map number 1, our first objective done. Sit away with Dark Tidings, or Siren Snails up 2-1, but Dark Tidings battling here up against the current map leader. If they win this, Jamie, I mean, like we said, there's so many possible combinations of who is first and second. You know, there's nothing written in stone right now, and it is why it's so exciting to be at this end point here in this group stage and watching at least one of these matches. I wish we could have both, but at the very least, we got one live here. We'll try and hop into the tail end of the next one if we do have the time, but we'll be at very least reporting those scores into you as well, so we can get a picture of where everyone lies throughout the process of this final phase of the group stage. The final phase, really, before we get into World Finals. I suppose outside of the top two, the number 2 teams battling it out for their place at a chance in that World Finals. But it's close, Jamie. It's almost upon us, and it is going to be so exciting to see. This has been just, again, a preview into what we're going to see when we get to this final stage with these best of the best teams battling it out against each other.
That's the thing, I just don't know if my heart will be able to actually take that. We have seen some fantastic plays come in from every single side tonight. Just taking a look on the scores throughout the run-up to this, and these teams have been even throughout the season, really. You know, it may have been ahead by 1 or 2 points, but that doesn't really mean a lot in the grand scheme of things on the run-up. This is where it does matter, and Dark Tidings, although they didn't have the best of starts, really putting up the best game they can, and not going down without a fight here. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do go in on this defense. We are on the basement objective now, and this one can be a bit of a difficult one to attack. Kale going to open things up by successfully defending the red room in the basement, and he's now got to keep an eye out for another attack, and the nade comes out. Great nade. Now that does take some skill. I like throwing nades, and even I struggle a lot of the time with getting them through these pipes and stuff. Yeah, it's a fantastic. Care Bear Funshine does get the pick onto OK and Blue as he's trying to make the approach onto those north sets of stairs, on the south sets of stairs, should I say. And yeah, Dark Tidings looking very strong on this. Siren Snails struggling to pick apart this defense. They've got to get that utility and try and get somebody in through the basement as quick as they can.
Kami gets scooped up by Levelot in the back, and Lightskin in the basement. Hansen here does have the option of pushing north stairs, but it is well defended. Dark Tidings with 4 left alive are ready and waiting. Anthony, if anything, is giving away their position in the corner, but Hansen could have assumed that someone would be there. Nomad's on objective, and so if they do push out here, it's going to be into a pinch. Anthony can call it out. And, what is Anthony doing over there? It's like some sort of song or something? We have to...
I need a hero.
Yes, it is.
I need a hero.
Singing Body Tyler's I Need a Hero whilst simultaneously getting a trade with E. Hansen. So you definitely needed a hero there.
Love to
It's
see
going
it.
to-
Lighthearted, even in these pressure-filled moments. Is Levelot's here? Ooh, the utility looking out time. No, it doesn't. Levelot applies the pressure, recognizing a moment where a gun is down. And Dark Tidings bounce back from what otherwise was a tough start, 2-0. Now all tied up 2 apiece. Map 1 of this series is, well, proving to be unpredictable. Who is going to come out on top here, and where do we go from here? Lots of questions that I have still, and these two teams are making it very interesting to tune into tonight. Happy to be here and broadcasting this live on twitch.tv/VR Master League, Facebook, YouTube, and Horizon venues, Meta Horizon Worlds, excuse me. If you do want to catch this action, you can tune into any one of those platforms to watch it live. I would recommend checking it out on Horizon Worlds. It is really cool to watch these games on a big giant screen inside VR with other people. Feels kind of like you're at an event watching these games, and so do please go check that out if you have the opportunity. And well, yeah, there's good games to enjoy, that's for sure, Jamie. Our next objective, oh no, we don't change yet because we did have a cap to throw that score line off, and so we will have a side swap and go into that same objective down in the basement. Siren Snails get a chance to defend. I wonder if Dark Tidings are thinking cap at any point here in this series, or if they've sort of been maybe their focus shifted to just getting rounds on the board after that rough start.
I'll give mine.
Yeah, well, this is now the danger zone for either side. A cap will just close out the map, and then we're going into the next one. So the pressure certainly will mount on these defenses, and the decisions people are making, they're going to be a lot more crucial. So it is going to change things up just a little bit. And I think Dark Tidings, knowing the pressure that they're under themselves, if they've got to take this map to stay in this, and also just put a stop to Siren Snail's momentum and giving them a straight-through win. So yeah, there's a lot of factors really that are going on here. I'm liking OKM Blue's position. He has gone a little bit out, but as long as he just sits here, I don't think Kale will be anticipating someone to push this far into the south.
Flash comes in. Kale tries to drop back. It wasn't a flash. Was it? Oh, it was. I thought it might have been a nade for a second. A nice counter flash. No, it's smoke. No, that's a defensive smoke from Kale. Wow, interesting. They're going to use that to cover themselves and drop back. Blue's going to continue to apply pressure, and Kale says no thank you. Shuts it down as they try and push through, and tied up. Well, Dark Tidings, excuse me, have a nice advantage now, 5-4. The option to push down south, relatively undetected. We got to go on board Nomad, who could be running into action soon here as Lightskin's holding down the horseshoe, but they get picked up.
Horseshoe.
Yeah, just fantastic play by Dark Tidings at the moment, despite that cap, they're just looking super strong. They had that defense on the cap. It was unfortunate that somebody did push through on the smokes, which was a great play by Siren Snails to get. And but other than that, Dark Tidings really looking strong on this map, and I feel like we're seeing that a little bit tonight. Teams picking maps that either they feel they're strong on, but then the team that seemed to be the weakest on there happens to take it, It's just really odd at the moment how this is going, but that's the nature of the round robins, isn't it? Anything can happen in these stages. I think the scores throughout the season really don't mean a lot at this point in terms of maps. It's just now comes down to who has that play, who has that best play, and how much research have you actually done on teams, and what knowledge do you have of how they play, and how can you use that against them. And it does seem like Dark Tidings certainly have been doing their research on Siren Snails. But the push now.
Yeah, they are getting close here, and Wonder if they're gonna try to get the cap. Nomad, maybe just the point person to clear out. Look, C4. See anything on the other side there, though. And shots there, maybe
Just
just
noise.
guesswork or
Just noise.
fire, but. Or they saw something they're shooting at there on the corner.
Just being annoying. That's pretty useful.
Maybe a little bit of pre-fire, but with Downpour being this far off the objective again, it's a bit scary as to what happens if Hansen and Cammy do go down. Everyone knows how to approach this or what to anticipate in terms of defense, who's going to be watching where, and it's how you kind of execute that final play. The smokes are good. It does seem like Hansen not going to be able to get the shots. Does manage to get one, though. Nomad now pushing in to try and get the pick onto Hansen. Does get that final pick. And Cammy Aaron, now the sole defender on the objective. Downpour stuck with Bear. Knows that he's got to push in. And the cap opportunity is definitely open. Downpour got to rotate back in. Anthony is on the objective. Tablet is out. He could get this. Downpour got a few seconds to get in. And has that angle, but the cap
Oh,
oh, that was lucky. That was close. That was high.
Get any more closer than that. That was milliseconds close there. Dark Tidings find the cap, and they take the map 1 against Siren Snails. Oh man, the map win score lines are in chaos. They're in shambles right now. Who is even in first now anymore? Siren Snails don't have that even locked in, with Dark Tidings taking this 4-2.
Just wow. So that's basically Dark Tidings' third map win now versus Siren Snails on 4 still, are they? Or they, no, they're on 3.
They're 3 and 2 now.
Yeah. So wow.
Both
So
teams
that's just,
are 3 and
yeah.
2.
So that basically just wow. That's so if Dark Tidings can power through into the next one and even take that, then we are going to definitely be watching what's going in on the on the Cinder and on the Cinder and Pantheon game. That's definitely one that we want to know what's going on. This is crazy right now. You just can't quite ascertain what's going on.
Wow. It is Siren Snails in a... I mean, that was just a well-played subway push at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That was really nicely done, well-timed. Like you said, smokes well-placed. They got into the positions they needed to. They got the early picks they needed to. And then where was that third defender, just getting distracted, not crashing back, not being around that objective. And ultimately, it opens up an opportunity for a cap. They take it. Again, good teamwork. Would have liked to see the patience not to kill that player, you know what I mean? But that cap literally comes in maybe a split second, half a second before that kill comes through, because as soon as that 4-point came up, I saw the kill come in.
It's just mental. You couldn't quite script that, really, could you? This is why the rotations and knowledge of how many teammates are still alive are super important, really. The rotation definitely needed to be made a little bit sooner, but I think Downpour was just tunnel visioned on that defender in the basement as well, and on the attack, I should say. And it definitely did their part in just holding Downpour there, even just for a few seconds, because that's all it took, really. So yeah, just a brilliant play by Dark Tidings, as Nomad was saying throughout the first game. They're definitely not out.
Where do we go from here? We'll have to see as we deal with some flops and what have you. What is the likely choice for Dark Tidings for map 2 is the question. What have they been picking so far today? I'm trying to remember what their choices have been when the games we've tuned into.
Tanker was the one we saw, wasn't it? Tanker, and I think they started Snow Peak against Cinder. Does seem like they're going over to Bazaar, though. Yep.
Oh, yes, it does. Interesting choice. We don't know what the map bans are. Each team gets to ban 2 maps, so that map pool is limited, and so it's likely that one of their strengths is, not on that not on that table, so to speak. But Bazaar is where we're going for map number 2, our final map of this round robin group stage. Unless, of course, we can manage to hop on over to the other stream to see how Pantheon's doing up against Cinder. But what are your thoughts on Bazaar here getting picked up by Dark Tidings?
Well, we've seen both sides play it tonight, and we know both sides can play it very, very well. So they're definitely playing into their strengths there. They've already won it once. They're just basically going on that momentum, aren't they? Really. If we take a quick look at their scores on here, this is again. They've only played it 3 times and won it twice. Well, 3 times now if you count that last one. So this second map pick, teams seem to be picking from maybe what's left. They're least played maps. It's a bit odd, but maybe they're using that fact that they probably haven't played this against the opposing teams as often as other maps, and just hoping for that kind of unknown certainty there.
I mean, these teams are no strangers to any map. Just because they haven't played it a lot this season doesn't mean they're not prepared for it. And like to your point, maybe if anything, there is less footage and less data to go off of, so we are kind of just getting a bit of more of a raw battle between these two teams. As Blue is right here on the corner, ready and waiting to try and catch Anthony. Can't quite find the kills. There's the crouch shot. A nice job there to scoop up the first kill of the day. And Levelot tucks in, wondering what's going to go on after that smoke dissipates and where to push from here. But a nice start for Blue and Siren Snail.
Yeah, he's really being like the Achilles heel in many teams tonight, hasn't he? Just getting in those positions, getting those fast plays in, and getting the crucial picks that are needed, and they're just doing work. Really, he's certainly being a very, very good player for Siren Snails tonight. The rest of the team have as well, but obviously Blue just seems to be just doing that a little bit, and definitely getting in there and getting those picks. So very well played there. And all does go quiet now on the western front. We got Downpour kind of covering the northern approach. Don't want to get caught out from that and get caught out there. And then we are going to see a bit more of a spread out approach coming in through the center. Care Bear does peek around, but doesn't get the kill, as Kale is the one to get that kill. Good teamwork by those guys. Love a lot creating that distraction, and Kale being the gunner there. So fantastic play to take him down as we even things out 4-4. And word is coming in on the Cinder game, and they are playing on Abandoned, and it was 1-1 last time.
For the first map?
Yeah. So they should be on like round number 3 or 4 now.
Right. For time travel.
As all that was going on, another trade did come out between Dark Tidings and Siren Snails there, so we will see a 3-on-3. Downpour now got to maintain his view on the central push there. Can't really look away for too long and allow anyone to make that cross. But he has got his back somewhat exposed to the north, so if Funshine uses this advantage and pushes around, could catch Downpour off guard and then find themselves on the objective, and just causing that confusion that's definitely needed for this one.
3 left for Siren Snails, 3 left for Dark Tidings, 3 minutes on the clock for them to push this objective. How do they go about doing it? Big Q. Again, it's just a matter of time, like you said. I think 2 minutes might be that push time. At least it should be. Funshine should try to be over on that north by then. Another trade, so we're staying even. 2-2. And yeah, they really do need that north. I mean, at this stage, there is some ways to kind of work around this defense and kind of sneak in for a cap too.
Oh yeah, the Western market is completely exposed really at the moment, and if somebody could identify that, then that'd be a good push. And you've also got the North as well. So at the moment, Siren Snails really need to adjust this defense to try and get those positions covered, and otherwise they could find themselves getting a cap here, or at least getting picked off. But Lovelot going to be the one to try and push through the center into the direct sightlines of Downpour. Remained super quiet, so you're not going to have that sound cue to go off. Just got to go for the pre-fire and know that it's a common spot. And I guess this is where that experience does come out. E. Hansen goes down. Nice pit by Lovelot looking into there. Downpour now all alone. Has to make a decision on what they are doing. They must know that that western market is open. You don't know where that final player is, so they're going to make the aggressive push and leave the objective completely exposed. And gets the pick onto Lovelot. Seems like he took a shot there. Great play by Downpour. And this does leave into a 1v1 now. Funshine trying to get the shots onto Downpour. Downpour going around again. Wow. Wow. What a clutch by Downpour there. Just fantastic.
Big plays, locking in a round 1 win when they need it most. They cannot afford another map loss at this stage. It would put them in a position where they do not want to be a contender for second place, not even guaranteed second place, no less. And then you have to battle up against Group A's second place contender. And so you're not even through to Worlds after today if they don't get a win here. If they do, what is their overall? Yeah, 4-2. There's still potential for Pantheon to take 2 maps and also be 4-2, so there's still a chance that they could tie for first or second. And so, yeah, it's really anyone's game, even now, at this point, going into this second map. And Siren Snails, well, certainly starting off nicely with a defensive round, but this objective's hard to attack.
It really is a difficult one to attack, and it can be a very difficult one to defend as well. It really comes down to the Morsok side that you were playing. And Dark Tidings, from what I've seen tonight, they do really well in surrounding the objective and just picking apart the defense while they're making rotations, while they're moving around. And they've got that coordination that's definitely needed. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't quite get that final kill, but it was a great play by Downpour, and you can't take that away. So it's the final map really, and the pressure is on really, and Siren Snail certainly must be feeling that here, and Dark Tidings definitely know that, you know, they get this, they're through.
Oh, it is an exciting group stage to be tuning into, that's for sure. As we now go into round number 2, another update, I believe. It is now Pantheon 2-1 on. They do have the lead. Try and keep you updated on that as we do see it coming in from chat. We appreciate Bobby. Much a shout out to you for the help organizing and managing events this afternoon as well. A big shout out to our mod team who helped put together this whole effort of a massive tournament with tons of players entering in, tons of teams, a full ladder, 15 weeks of gameplay. I mean, it is a lot of work, and it's because of them that we do get such great action like this to tune into, Jamie. And man, I'm happy that we're casting these games today.
Most definitely, you know, these are the stages where you love to bring them to. You know, this is what the entire season's been building up on. You know, all the games up to this point really, you could see them as like a training course for the final stages, and you're really testing your opponents there. So yeah, it's great to see, and opening things out. E. Hansen going to get a pick onto Funshine there, but Nomad also going to go down, but only downed it seems, so he's going to be able to get call outs. Oh, sorry, it's Funshine who's down, and I think Nomad got a pick there. So yeah, good work there, and Dark Tidings just holding out on this defense. It seems like Anthony and Cammy and OKM Blue are going to have a bit of a battle here. Not going to get around there. Cammy, nice movement. Anthony, nice movement, takes down the OKM Blue, while Cammy gets a pick of the road.
Battles everywhere unfolding there, and Siren Snails are left with just 2. They do get OK and Blue down, but Dark Tidings still have 4 left alive on their side, and yeah, it is a nice hold so far. Siren Snails don't really have a whole lot of information either between the both Kami or Downpour, and Downpour could be going right into Anthony's line of sight. Ooh, so close, didn't peek all the way up the stairs, and for now Anthony didn't see it. I
This
saw
way.
that.
Got another one.
It
Just
does see
another
the
one. Yeah,
repeat though,
close to
so
me.
gets that pick. Cammy now. Sole attacker for Siren Snails. Got to try and work out how best to approach this, but with every avenue of approach completely locked down at the moment, it's going to be those crucial picks that are needed. Kale in a great position to be able to cover this North Road approach. Just needs to peek over that dustbin and spot the movement. Does seem like Cammy though has got the M203 smoke, so where they will use that is a question to be asked, as they could use that to block Kale's view and then make the approach that's needed. But it's just whether you know that they are there. Kale does peek above the dustbin and spot the movement to take down Cammy, and Dark Tidings will take their first point from map number 2.
1-1 apiece, a nice solid hold, not so nerve-shaking as the defensive hold from Dark Tidings, but still, good job. And now we go into our next objective. Every 2 rounds, we swap objectives, and here we go over to the Humvee. And this one definitely a challenge to effectively defend. You know, you really do have to have your eyes on a variety of different positions, monitoring the rotation from the east to the south, monitoring the push right up through the center. You have to be ready for quick plays, but also be able to spread out so that you can cover the edges. And we'll have to see what kind of push we get. I imagine that at least when Siren Snails go onto the offense, they are going to go for a smoke push for Cap. That would be what I would guess, especially if they get 2 points here, or excuse me, at 1 point here for defense and take their lead up 2-1, then yeah, I think a cap might be in store. I wonder if Dark Tidings will do the same, because hey, both of these teams have clearly showcased to us, Jamie, that they are not afraid to cap.
They really have, and you know, Dark Tidings definitely showcased up to this point that they have got the ability to put out some very well coordinated attacks. So Siren Snails are going to be a little bit concerned probably on this objective, as they have been caught out a couple times with the defenders off the objective. They like those kind of aggressive defenses. It's just going to be a question as whether they can work that out and then bring it in a little bit to hold out this next defense. And with Dark Tidings getting that east spawn, they aren't opting to use that. Anthony Dead going to be the only one to push and try and get in here, but it does seem like nobody is going to make that far eastern rotation, which is an interesting kind of play, as you would usually see at least one person go that way. It's a good position to take. But maybe Dark Tidings using that knowledge and leaving a defender over there and going to work on the west and try and push in for the cap from that angle. We can see Downpour has made a very, very far rotation covering that far east, so he is going to be off the objective, and we've already seen the cap come in when that's happened. So let's see how Dark Tidings do decide to approach on Cammy Aaron, trying to get the shots onto Anthony, doesn't quite connect him. I think the bench there did just kind of eat the bullets and allowed him to get the shots there. So Siren Snails now already down into a disadvantage with only having 4 defenders up. OKM Blue being the only defender kind of around the objective, hovering around, checking and peeking, but he could potentially get caught foul of anyone watching in on the objective. It's a very, very exposed position he's got. And if Dark Tidings do get around there, we can see Anthony's dead laser just peeking into the objective room there in the rotation, definitely needed. It was a good one to make. Doesn't quite want to get caught out there with any more, and we can see the lasers trained in on the building from either side. It's going to be a tough one for Blue to kind of defend without getting shots. That does manage to pick off Anthony as he's trying to make the cross on that eastern road. And that does even things out. 4-4. E. Hansen bringing up the rear here, and Lightskin also covering the west. Nomad just poking and seeing what sound cues he can get there. Kale getting a nice long-range angle all the way from the west there into the objective building. Takes down OKM Blue. Now there is no defenders on the objective. E. Hansen has gone down. Nomad now pushing in. The objective building very exposed. Downpour got to make a desperate push back into the objective. Lightskin also doing the same. And now Nomad on the objective tablet is going to be out in a second. Clutch shot coming out. Downpour and Nomad have a bit of a trade there. Lightskin now back on the objective.
Gonna get the res 2 on OBJ, and at the very least they can prevent this cap from coming through. just barely shutting it down, but Siren Snails hang on. Dark Tidings almost had 2 on the board. Couldn't quite get it there. And now Lightskin trying to take some shots down towards Kale. They tuck down into a little bit of cover and wait for the rest of the team to maybe drop a distraction. Levelot is close.
And with 3 minutes remaining as well, both defenders' positions are going to be known to the Dark Tidings side, so they can just sit here and try and work out how best to approach on this. Lovelot is in that great position, really just watching on the objective and just able to just pick off any rotations that do come in. Downpour sitting there. If he goes down, Lightskin's got to make that push, and he could get caught off in the crossfire there. And say Dark Tidings do ever so well on these attacks to just surround the objective, get those comms in, work out where the defenders are, and pick them off. But we know Downpour and Lightskin, they perform well in these kind of clutch or kick scenarios, and so it really could just go any way at the moment.
Wonder if they know one is so close here. Downpour doesn't seem to be too wary of the blue room. No one's really watching it. And this really is just a duo, so if Lightskin and Downpour aren't looking here, then it'd be a free sort of pass. Yeah, it is the scary thing. There's a route here. They just kind of walk up to the objective and cap 2 if Downpour doesn't ever check it.
And we did see Blue do it earlier as well. Oh, the gunshots onto the objective. Tablet is now out. Lightskin, though, is close enough to get the pick. Dark Tidings, though, watching for that, will get the final kill and take themselves ahead 2 points to 1.
I like that they tried to go for the cap, but ultimately couldn't get it. They do take that point, and they now go on the defense, looking to push their lead up 3-1 if they can. Dark Tidings are shaking things up here this afternoon, and what was looking like Siren Snails in a confident space at 3-1, it is now seeming like Dark Tidings could solidify themselves, well, not solidify, but get themselves very close to that first or second position. I guess they would guarantee first or second if they can win this game. We still won't know who is first or second until we have the results of the Pantheon matchup, but now it's 2-2 from what I'm seeing from Pantheon and Cinder, so who knows what's going to happen over there on map 1. At the very least, it seems to be going slow enough that we'll be able to jump over for that second map, Jamie, and figure out how things are going down over there. Because, yeah, it's again... I think there's maybe even yeah, we could have a 3-way tie. 3-3.
Yeah, and then we just need to sit here and work out the points from the maps.
Yeah, the math. No. Yeah, so there's still it's anyone's game, and Dark Tidings do have a nice lead and are looking at an opportunity to push it up 3-1, but Siren Snails have been playing aggressive and playing well throughout the course of today. Seems to be Dark Tidings have found a way to deter them, but will they be able to continue to do it consistently enough to get this map? That's the question. Into the action we go to find our answer for round number 3. 4.
Exactly that, and it does seem like Siren Snails have been given that western spawn. It's depending on how you look at it, most players don't find that too advantageous, but it does play well to kind of quick-paced teams who can make that short cross and get in on the objective and get those fast plays in. Care going to be the first one to get a pick onto E. Hansen, trying to make the cross into the east, and that shuts down that approach there, so they are going to be pretty safe over there in the east, and it does seem like Dark Tidings are investing a little bit onto that eastern defense, so hopefully they can work out the approach within the west. Downpour with a nice pick onto Anthony. Yeah, straight in the back there on the west. Very nice angle there. It does open up the western push here for Siren Snails.
Going in. Gap gets them into the lead, and Smokes are not bad. I mean, it is nicely blocking the vision here of both Nomad, Funshine. I mean, no one really has eyes on this middle space. They could just be running right at objective right now. Although I guess Kale is across the street. I didn't see Kale underneath the they are across the street and definitely a nice element to defend from the front of the front door push.
West wall side alley. West wall side
Yeah,
alley.
hanging around underneath the scaffolding here. It's a very, very good position to have, and it comes down to that map awareness and game awareness as well, knowing that, okay, we've shut down anyone trying to push to the east. I'm going to be pretty safe to hold this, and I can just basically close down the entire street there. So good movement by Kale, but it does seem like the western push has started to come in. Okay, and Blue getting danger close to the objective, and we know how well he performs in these tight, close quarters battles. What is to say that Funshine does peek and take him down? Very nice defense there by Funshine. And now we got to see Downpour try and make the same kind of cross, but albeit just a little bit slower.
Like I said, Dark Tidings seem to just have found a way to shut down Siren Snails. And maybe it's shutting down Blue, who knows, but getting rid of a key shooter like that does help. And they've been doing a good job at picking them off throughout the course of this series and the one before. And so they now look at a place where Kale is across the street in cover. Lightskin can't find out where Kale is here after this drop back. And they're really just buying time where Siren Snails aren't pushing objective.
That they are, but Cammy super close here to the objective, just listening to any sound cues, trying to work out exactly how many defenders are covering that objective. And if they took a slow enough route, I don't know if the cap would be fully on, but they could find themselves on the outside of the building there, and without actually getting spotted. Funshine covering the west, Nomad got a slight angle onto the central approach through the middle, but with the rotations and the movements, there could just be an angle that he doesn't get spotted. Funshine does spot Downpour though in the west, taking him down. And that just leaves us now on this eastern approach, eastern and central approach, and from Siren Snails to try and pick apart the rest of the defenders on Dark Tidings.
Dicey for Kalanon at this point. If they're not well communicating with their team, their position, they can look like an enemy with how they're approaching here, and so you have to be cautious on what you're communicating. At least now the team knows there's one south, but Kami is still a threat right up the middle. Some eyes are here. Is anyone looking south? It doesn't look like it. Nomad is, and they find Lightskin there. The res comes through. 4 still alive for Dark Tidings, and Kalanon trying to figure out where Kami is. Kami's just been, like you said, slow playing it up the middle.
And now they make that rotation just as Kale is watching, maybe waited just a little bit too long there, but nevertheless, very nice defense by Dark Tidings to just basically shut down any angles of approach from Siren Snails there. Got a lot of work now to try and bring this back.
Oof. 3-1 on map number 2 here. Dark Tidings on the cusp of going up 4-2 overall on the afternoon, putting Siren Snails into a 3-3 position. And again, from there, we could be in a 3-way tie for second place. So we will be likely jumping over to the final map of our other matchup that's live right now over on Abandoned. Recently, at least last reported, it was 2-2. Who knows what the score is now? It's all a mystery. But we'll get that info to you. And again, we will be jumping into that action. Maybe we'll be even able to catch the end of the first map, Jamie. We'll finish 2 maps before they finish their first, with how quickly these 2 teams have been playing.
Yeah, and it's certainly been one to, at the moment, how fast both sides really have been going in at these objectives. Even though Dark Tidings have been taking the time to surround and pick apart the defense, they've been doing it fairly quickly, and Siren Snails been getting aggressive on their defenses and have been getting through their objectives pretty quickly. And yeah, it's now Dark Tidings probably going to be looking to try and get the cap here, as we were talking about earlier. This is going to be a crucial one for them if it does go into a 3-way tie or anything. Those points, that one additional point, will it could make all that difference.
No kidding, it could happen too. You do have to think about these things when you're in the round robin, and I just wonder if teams are even considering it, because we're talking about it here a lot. We're seeing scores coming through and recognizing that advantage, but I wonder if these players have as well. And at that point, will we see a cap attempt here? It seems like Siren Snails stack up the front line well enough, recognize the spawn as they call out south. So an indicator there that it was that far south. Spawn and Nomad's here trying to battle it out for Kayat.
That he is, trying to get the shots onto OK and Blue. Can't quite land him. Anthony dead, though, does get the shots onto Lightskin, and the battle's still going on for Kayot at the moment. It's a very, very crucial position to hold on this objective. OK and Blue is behind Nomad. Does seem like he can't actually quite work out where he's onto the drop shot!
What?
The drop shot!
He landed on top of him.
Wow.
Oh,
Great
I wish we
play by
were on
Nomad.
Blue's perspective for that. That would have been so confusing to see. He literally landed on top of him and then shot him underneath his feet.
I was on Blue's perspective. It was like 0.1 of a second from Nomad dropping to the shot going out. He didn't even have a chance to react there. Wow. Just that onward timing just there for you, and the ring around the roses on the Kayot.
Crazy to see. Well played by Nomad, and now Dark Tidings have a slight advantage on what could be map round. I don't know if Funshine wanted to shoot those shots. Kami's now looking over onto this corner, but I don't quite see him, and so Funshine should live just a few more minutes.
That they should, and they've done a little bit of scavenging there, found a little bit of equipment available from a down member. Hansen with a nice pick onto Nomad, and the Kayot, though, does put a stop to that. Whereas the smoke came in just a little bit too late there to provide the support that was needed.
Uh-oh.
Never-
Uh-oh.
Nevertheless, a nice pick from the east there on Lovelot. We were talking about it earlier, how devastating it can be if a defender gets into this east courtyard to just peek into the objective. Downpour again off the objective. If Hansen does go down and the push comes in from the market, then Downpour won't have the time to... won't have that time to rotate.
They gotta be. Smokes are there too.
Yeah.
But again, we're thinking, Cap. I don't know that they are.
They may just be thinking, you know, let's close this map out. Let's
Right.
just get the win and then see how it goes for the other sides. So, yeah, it's all a lot though, isn't it?
It is indeed, and Lovelot's going to try and cross here and go down to Downpour, who's holding this late angle. Pays off to sit there, but now Kalanon knows that there is one in that position. If they find Hansen on objective and then they crash, they may find, again, that opportunity for 2 points.
Indeed, and I think this is the important part of Onward and playing as a team. Kale has to call that out too. Funshine, just to let them know, hey, there is one defender who's very far off the objective, just so they've got those thoughts in mind of the cap. They have used all the utility, though, I imagine, at this point, as we saw quite a lot of smokes coming out. But with Hansen being super exposed from the blue room here, Kale could find themselves getting a pick, but goes down themselves. Not going down without a fight, Siren Snails. They were on the back foot, done really well to bring this around now. Funshine maybe just a little bit too slow to get in coordinated with the rest of the team there. But it all does come down to this now.
Threat of Cap is very because they will pass down. They know where Hansen is. So it comes down to them winning the fight between them and Hansen. And then taking that risk of capping. That's the real question mark. Will they do it when they're at this stage? Downpour is rotating. They might come back here. A little leg move there, but they're just shifting around at their... Yeah, it's still a 1v1 on objective. Funshine just clearing it out. They have a minute and a half to do it.
It does seem like they may not have an accurate kill count at this point, as they are checking for an enemy that isn't going to be there. Hansen has tucked away as well, moved around onto the stairs, so going to be able to cover that late angle of approach onto the objective. With Care Bear now coming in from the far south of the objective, just to see if they can get that kind of long-range loops and hopefully get the picks. You know, kind of the common positions. The lasers train onto Hansen, but just not able to avoid him. Oh.
Hansen's gonna see him first, and they're gonna find the shot. Siren Snails survive. They are not out of this yet. they still have an opportunity to take a map and be contenders for that first place position. If Siren Snails win, then they will be 4-2.
Yeah, this is the danger spot now for Dark Tidings. They cannot allow one member of Siren Snails get onto that objective and punch that code in. This is the danger part now.
Yeah, especially with this objective, it is in the cards, so to speak. So we'll have to see what we get as I update our scoreline for map number 2 here. It is close, and it is still a battle. I just wonder if they're going to commit to that kind of play, because you could, I don't know. If they get the quick spawn, then maybe we can start talking about it. But, you know, I don't know if they're going to try and push for something like that without that kind of, you know, very close to the objective to put them right there in front to cap. So we'll have to see what we get out of Siren Snails. The pressure's on to the nth degree right now, and they are still clutching up. That was a big Volk hole right there that they managed to salvage. That again could have been disastrous, but now it's just Dark Tidings time to try and get the round and lock in their 4-2. They can't worry about that 5-pointer right now.
Yeah, I imagine they were hoping for that, but, you know, just hold out on this defense and try and close it out here. We were talking about it earlier. This can be the toughest part for any team. You get that 3-point lead, and then it is just closing out that final round. We see it a lot casting. Teams will power through to a 3-0 lead and then still manage to lose 4-3. So anything can happen. We have got that quick spawn we were talking about. We know OK and Blue can cap and can make the movements. He is memorizing that code there. We've got Cammy, Hansen, and Downpour. They are meaning business on this one. We know that they can push in and get those quick plays and take the defenders out. So this is basically all to play for at this moment.
Tommy lets Blue go first. Blue definitely been the tip of the spear for the Siren Snails offense throughout the course of the day. And they do manage to clear out up to the front of Kayad, and Dark Tidings not putting out any pressure early here. I wonder if there's any C4. I don't see any tossed inside this room. It's been pretty commonplace to see that, and it's been an effective tool so far today. But Blue here kind of peeking around Kayad, looking for anybody that is pushing forward here. If anything, Dark Tidings seem to be reserved, really waiting for the offense to come to them.
Indeed, and I'm just looking at this positioning by Kale here. The M203 smoke has now blocked his sight, but it is a bit of an uncommon spot, really. But Hansen will peek and see through that tiny little gap, and then just take him down.
Blue dead. A big kill.
It's a good pick by Funshine in a very, very nice spot. Cammy got to try and get the angle. Does manage to find that angle and take them down. The smoke doing work at the moment. It is going to dissipate very shortly, though, so Siren Snails really need to use this to its full advantage. Care Bear and Anthony moving around on the objective. Got to hold that and make sure that nobody can push in. And then you've also got the North Road. The East basically is exposed at the moment. If a member of the Siren Snails attackers can capitalize on that, get around on that eastern courtyard, and get around the back of the back of the defense, they could certainly find themselves getting the picks in. Needy Lovelar will get a pick there onto E. Hansen on the east side of the bazaar. It's been a very, very common method of approach. We are down to a 3-on-3 now, and the pressure's certainly there.
Certainly is. Siren Snails need to lock in this Marsoc round, and they're in positions that they can be effective from. To your point, they can get control of the East free and easy, be firing on the backs of this defense. Nomad is at least defending the North, and so if Kami does swing around, then there is a potential threat there. Nomad could also flank if Kami starts to threaten from the front of the objective room in the windows. And so it is a decent spot. I don't hate it. You know, like you said, they're giving up the East, but I think they should be aware that they are giving up the East. And yeah, Anthony can't really get picked by anybody unless they peek up on that ramp. And oh, as they try and rotate out, I stand corrected. Downpour's in blue room and finds the kill. Now it's just Nomad and Levelot on objective. He does push to the front window, does find the kill. The Nomad's not able to support because they have to be on objective, and now they go down. Siren Snails clutch it up. We're tied 3 apiece. on our final map to determine who is going to be 4-2, who is going to guarantee their placement in at least first or second. That's what happens on a win here.
Yeah, it's just the pressure, isn't it? You know, like I said, you get that 3-point lead. It's closing out that final round. One team has to do it now. Weird is coming in. The Pantheon and Cinder 3-3, also on Abandon now. So it's yeah, both having those deciding rounds, and so we should be able to bring you the final map of that game, which will be a very, very interesting one, to say the least. They will not know the scores, I imagine, of what's going on here, so they will be playing, you know, to the full extent of what they can anyway. But it's yeah, it's all going to be watching on that final map, I imagine.
The exciting stuff to tune into. We still have one round left, and imagine that. Final objective is Coyote. As if a poetic song here to be sung for this series. We'll see what Dark Tidings can do on the attack and how Siren Snails will try and defend a hard-to-defend objective here for our final round between these two. Siren Snails, Dark Tidings absolutely battling it out for a guaranteed position at first or second.
Yeah, poetic as it is, it's really going to be interesting to see how these guys do it. I think Siren Snails probably, this objective may play into their kind of play style. You need that fast movement. You need the you know, the quick peeks and the quick picks. There's the first trade though. Nomad and Lightskin both finding each other. It does give away the Western spawn though for the Siren Snails defense. You know what to anticipate here, but again, this defense for attack-wise certainly plays into Dark Tidings' kind of favor because of the surrounding the objective. OK and Blue pushing in on the west. Hansen goes down to level up from the front of the market there. OK and Blue still trying to get around there and see what they can do. Downpour does get the pick onto Anthony Dead on the west side of the market, and Lovelot still just scanning and waiting to see what happens. It does seem like Blue potentially going to want to go for a flank here, but just not quite committed to it. Could pick off Lovelot if he does go for that. The revive now coming out from Cami Aaron onto Hansen, and that takes Siren Snails back up to 4 defenders to take on 3 attackers. This is certainly not an objective where you want to be at a deficit like that.
Indeed, and Blue is able to rotate back to the objective. We'll have to see how Levelot does want to push in here, and if they do wait for their counterpart Funshine. Wonder where Kale is as well, looking at the mini-map. Oh, they're tucked in on the Overwatch on the 2nd floor just behind Levelot.
There's some good positioning, and with Funshine coming around on north, they're going to be able to basically make their way all the way to the Coyote.
Yeah.
It's just going to be that final kind of push that they've got to try and get in, but we have seen Dark Tidings with those coordinated attacks, and we know that they can pull it off. It all comes down to a matter of timing and utility usage really here, as Siren Snails really do mean business on this objective. They know the dangers of this one, where if you have got those defenders off and they're trying to hunt for those kills, you can see the defenders on the objective go down, and the caps do come out because of the angles that you've got to try and cover. So you can see that in their positioning, that they are aware of that. Downpour trying to get around, narrowly avoids getting taken down by Funshine. Gives away their position, and that just leaves Downpour now to try and hold down on this east. Just got to watch so they don't get that tunnel vision, and the push comes in from the main bazaar.
How does Funshine want to deal with this utility? Rotate around off of it? You know, does it deter them enough where they, like you said, don't even bother pushing across this north side? And it seems like Downpour has maybe suspecting a potential rotation as they try and predict this quick push that they thought was coming in, but Funshine not applying that much pressure. Still are over on that east side. Downpour just hearing those steps and definitely thinking they were a little closer than they were. Funshine will drop all the way back around this corner where they'll have an angle into this blue room. Meanwhile, suppressive fire comes over the top and Kalen on nearly goes down. More shots over towards all-out firefight as a trade up over the top. Kalenon goes down. Blue is down. Funshine gets rid of Downpour on the east. Siren Snails have 2 to Dark Tidings 2.5. I guess 2.5 to 2.5. But I don't think Siren Snails can afford to get that res, whereas Levelot could pick up Kalenon.
That was a crazy 30 seconds there from what seemed like Siren Snails having a pretty clear advantage. It's just instantly like that. Does go down. The revive coming out onto Kale. The revive also coming out onto OK, and Blue does come out. So there we go, a revive for a revive, and wait, it's got that movement, but now he does get finished off finally by Lovelot, and just like that, Kalenon does go down to Cammy, also on the Chaos, and we are down to a 2v2 now. Oh, Hansen finally gets finished off by Lovelot. It does all come down to Cammy. Aaron now gotta hold this objective, and this is not it. You want to defend on your own?
Yeah, boys.
Oh, wow. Just
Dark
wow.
Tidings take a 2-game win against Siren Snails, and they go up 4-2 on the total score line. Dark Tidings are now Siren Snails are now 3-3 overall, and so they are hoping that each team loses a match right now between Pantheon and Cinder. Actually, they're hoping Cinder wins 2. Because
Turns out, Cinder won the first map, bad looks of it.
So now Cinder's 2-3, and so are Dark Tidings. So yeah, it is a contest for 3-3. We are going to have a tie for second place, but we're only going to have a 2-way tie. But it is going to be determined in that next map, so we are going to hop over there quickly, and when we come back, it is going to be map 2 of our final matchup of the day. Don't go anywhere. We're going to determine who is second place and who is first this afternoon. Actually, I think doesn't that mean that Dark Tidings are first at 4-2?
I need to do some math.
I think it does. I think it means Dark Tidings are first at 4-2 because the other 2 teams right now are 2-3 respectively, so they can't get 4 wins. They can only get 3 wins. I think that's the math, but yeah, double check that. We'll get back to you in just a few moments as we hop into our next game. Don't go anywhere. More Onward in a few. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and getting ready for map number 2 of Cinder and Pantheon. And what have we missed, Jamie? We just got into map number 2, and there's a cap from Cinder to go up 2-0 out the start on Subway. Cinder has already taken map 1. They're looking to go 3-3 here if they can tie this thing up on map wins. Dang it. I wish we had gotten in time, but it's all right. We're at least here for some of the action. What a start here between these two.
Yeah, it just certainly seems like Cinder have come out onto this map, and you know, with everything they have, they know what this means. I might like we were saying, I don't think they know what's happened with the scores with
Right.
and Siren Snails yet. So you know, both these sides really playing it out, and yeah, this really does mean quite a lot. I think if they take this, we were discussing it just, it'll then come down to the points, won't it?
Yeah, it comes down to the point differential, and then it comes down to the amount of rounds won if that point differential is tied. So that means that how much points separated you from your opponent. You know, so if you won a 3-4, that's going to impact you negatively in that point differential assessment. And so, yeah, well, that's more math than I can calculate, and it's built into the system. And frankly, it's not math we technically need to calculate. Obviously, we'd like to announce who is our second place team on stream here this afternoon, but we at least have our first place team that's advancing on, and we'll be diving into that second place battle at some point this week to determine who is our third team that will advance on from NA.
And we will, and we are going to start things out with a quick kill there. Duel taking down Oblivious with a nice nade from Daniel onto lane 2, taking down Jester onto the lane 2 as well. And that's going to open up the approach here. We are on the red car objective. These objectives on the north usually are notoriously more Vault favored, as Monstock have so much ground that they've got to try and push. They've got the open exposed angles that they've got to try and get through, and usually Vault will be watching for those. So lane 2 now out the way. Freak also coming around though, trying to get a bit aggressive, trying to get a flank in. Would find himself running out into two people getting shots at, and that's exactly what happened. He did get shots onto Madman. Oh, but Duel doing a flank of his own. Does get a quick refrag as Not Sky gets the revive there, and now Not Sky and Duel having a bit of a battle. The nade does come out. Duel gets around and narrowly avoids getting taken down there. Absent Mani Prof does take down Ares also, and this is just crazy. This is at the moment. Pantheon 3 defenders up to take on 1 attacker, and Daniel in a good position.
No, what must have happened is Cinder won 2 rounds on Subway. That's what on Suburbia, because they're attacking now on the objective.
Yeah, and I don't see the 1 on the score.
Oh, that too. Good. Wow, you're so smart. Daniel, though, is the last one alive and is going up against Duel here, who has really been playing this aggressive defensive style that's gotten several kills. We're seeing nades come in and support over the top as Duel tries to call out where they're thinking this opponent is, and I wonder if they know they're now tucked into carport just across the house from them. Seems like they are cautious of it.
That they are. Duel not wanting to make this rotation. Daniel not wanting to make a rotation either at the moment. I think a bit of a distraction. Smoke there to come out. Duel making the rotation. Does spot Daniel trying to move across onto lane 3 and takes him down. So Pantheon will take their first point for the second map.
Not letting up. And, well, they need to stay in it here. The winner will then go into that tiebreaker up against, I already forgot, Siren Snails. And, yeah, all the rounds matter here. I can't do all the math. I don't know all the score lines of all of the rounds here, so I don't know what that differential would look like potentially, but I think Siren Snails might be a little bit higher here just because this 3-4 for that last map did come through. Or excuse me, no, it was 4-2 Cinder, wasn't it? It wasn't 3-4. So Yeah, who knows? I really don't know. Again, there's going to be a good bit of calculations that will need to happen to figure out who is going to be taking Suburbia here, not Subway. That for our second map between two. Definitely a shift in pace, though, and I wonder how that's going to, how that impacted both of these teams, because going from Abandoned to Suburbia is almost the biggest shift you can get in terms of pace.
Yeah, that it is, and that would have been, I imagine, Pantheon's map pick also, so getting beaten on your own map pick certainly has its own kind of factors in there on how things go. And then going into Cinder's map picker being Suburbia, maybe not, if it's not one of your stronger maps, then yeah, it can cause a bit of an issue. But we can't forget that Pantheon did take this from Dark Tidings earlier in some very aggressive plays. So maybe the aggression from Cinder counteracting the aggression from Pantheon, just kind of working against them here, and maybe they do just need to slow things down just a little bit. Nevertheless, we will have the pushes coming out. We are going to see a strong, heavy, aggressive push coming through the middle of Olivia's, taking on to lane 2's position where Jester was before, and Freak can open things up by taking Daniel out on the who's getting a little bit aggressive over on lane 4. So that does just leave the defenders on the backside of the objective, with Oblivious just off and waiting to see what he can do in his position. But he could find himself getting a little bit sandwiched here between Freck and Jester, with Duel on the opposite side as well. Oh, with the C4 taking down Freak, though. That will give a little bit of a cue there. Not Sky running around and getting the confirm there, which is definitely going to be crucial, as Jester was going around for the revive.
I'm down.
All the equipment is getting used to try and take down Not Sky. Not going to land onto him, so Absent Maniprof will get a pick onto Madman onto lane 4. And with Not Sky now the only defender on the objective, does get a nice pick onto Jeremiah, making the rotations, doing some kind of aggressive plays and just appearing basically in front of people and then taking them down. And how you do need to play this objective. You really got to play it so fluid with it. And Ares has gone down lane 4 to Duel. It does leave Not Sky to lane 1, should I say. It does leave Not Sky defending lane 3, and he will go down to Absent Maniprof. So Pantheon taking 2 points uncontested now. Wow. So, yeah, both these sides not wanting to really go down at the moment. Just seems like who's got the most trained out on the objectives here. And now Cinder with 2 points, Pantheon on 2 points. This is kind of the danger position, this objective. We did see a very near cap for Pantheon earlier. It's definitely a very capable objective. So Pantheon really need to be aware of that and just basically make sure that Cinder can't get in and get close to the objective there.
Whew. It's a long day of Onward here for both of these teams, coming in just over 4 hours and 15 minutes of live gameplay between these two teams here. So I gotta wonder how that's impacting them as well in terms of, you know, sweat, arm strength, battery power, overall, you know, at this stage, after all this crouching, those thighs, those hamstrings, you gotta be stretching, you gotta stay loose, make sure you're hydrated. It is an intense sport that these teams are battling in right now as they try and get themselves map wins in a VR game, and it is so fun to tune into. You really are seeing a very focused two teams battling it out, even, like I said, after they've been at it for so long already today. And we're dead even here for our final map. The winner gets an opportunity at second. The loser is out.
Yeah.
Wrong button. Definitely not going to intermission.
That is the that is the thing, isn't it, really? Whoever loses this is out, basically. It does come down to that now. So the pressure definitely going to mount. I imagine they've had words of what's going on. Absent Maniprof going to be the first one to go down with a nice long range pick by Madman, but Duel on a very quick rotation.
I
It
go
does
forward,
take
lane
down
one
Not
down.
Sky. Daniel getting the pick onto Freak, though. And these are just trade for trade at the moment. We're just seeing the kills.
Bro.
Then getting another kill, and yeah, it's all the back and forth,
One-
really,
one
they were
lane for push.
anticipating. A nice flash does come out by Ares to stop Duel in his position. Not going to be able to see him on the corner of that box, though, unfortunately, so he can't really capitalize on the fact that he was blinded there. Duel going to just peek and get a nice pick there onto Madman, and Ares now back on the attack to try and take down Duel. Yeah, the trade will come out.
And now we shift our attention over to the objective where the last two
Watch
are.
lane 4, watch lane 4. They're gonna try to flank.
And that's it, some good smoke placements that are going to soon dissipate. Jester has got his line of sight completely covered at the moment. Daniel really needs to push up and see if he can get in on that corner and take him down before that smoke does disappear. But with the lane 4 approach being open, the question is going to come down to Oblivious, and if he makes that movement there, he could get around on the backside of Jester with a nice push onto Daniel, takes him down. I think just after a flash there, Oblivious tries to get that refrag, can't quite connect those shots, so Jester going to live for another day.
It was a flash play that gets that kill, and a nice one at that. And Oblivious knows at least where one is. They're not too oblivious to that position. Wonder what the plan will be to get up to this objective and cap, though. I mean, if they can push in from those bushes, find this kill, they may be able to swing behind Humvee for cover for long enough to punch in the code, but not easy. Definitely going to be a challenge, and Pantheon with the duo here are locked in. Maybe the better route would be to rotate around south, cross the street, try and get onto the north side of the objective and push from there, but because they find utility, have a lot of time to work.
That they do, and we have seen how strong that lane 4 push can be for this objective, and just getting around behind the defenders, and even just getting that one pick. You know, if Jester goes down, Jeremiah will have to make the rotation back to the objective. He cannot defend this from there, so it is going to be a very important pick, really, onto Jester. But Oblivious feeling a lot more confident with the lane 1 approach. It does come down to these moments of what have you done the most, where have you kind of practiced your pushes the most, and yeah, where is that confidence placed? And Oblivious obviously has it on lane 1.
Indeed, it is. Again, going to come down to this Jester peak and find that kill, how quickly they can move to the OBJ. I don't imagine it'll be, that fast. I don't think they'll find this kill and then straight go for the push because, what's the kill count? They probably don't know how many are alive, and yeah, 2-2 with 2.5 minutes left. Oblivious is going to be putting their effort into pushing this objective soon.
That they are, and it's going to be a tough push to say the least.
They're not there. Staying quiet for now. Checking the time to make sure they know what it is, and I wonder if Jester's even going to be looking. It looks like they were right as Oblivious turns around. Jester peeks that corner, sees the shoulder, and Pantheon are up 3-2. They are a round away from pushing themselves up into at least a chance for second place against Siren Snails. They're not there yet, though. The duel certainly putting in a good effort. 10-3 on the afternoon so far.
Yeah, these teams really have had their standout kind of players tonight. I think the only team really that hasn't would have been Dark Tidings, where all their kills were pretty much spread out across the board. So make of that as you will in terms of the difference in kind of play styles and how it does go down on at the end of the day. Who's what are the teams doing that are different? And clearly, obviously, Dark Tidings are doing more of the kind of rotations the surrounding the objective, and Siren Snails Pantheon have got those standout shooters that they're using to their maximum capabilities, and it's working well. So this is what I do enjoy about these round robins and the final stages, is just seeing those teams using their players' advantages to the best of their abilities.
Will Pantheon clutch, or will Cinder push this to a 3-3? We'll find out now as we dive back into it. Round number 6 of map 2. It's already gone the way of Cinder, and now Pantheon need this win. It is a battle for a 3-3. It's just a matter of who comes out on top here. Glad we can tune in here and catch the end of this action. Smoke's coming out from the M203 right on top of objective. And Ares in a position that we've seen taken up relatively frequently here over the course of this round robin stage this weekend.
Yeah, that's the nature of when you're playing very similar maps. You do see very similar spots getting taken. So if teams are watching and following the action, they may be able to work out just a little bit of what's going to go on. But these smokes, very, very good at the moment. They've surrounded the objective, not really caused what they wanted to. The trade there coming out between Freak and the Ares, but the smokes aren't causing the rotations. I think that the Pantheon were hoping for the revive going to come out from Daniel onto Ares potentially there. Absent-minded scanning and watching and waiting. But Daniel tries to make the peak and does the trade with duel. Now Sky getting the pick onto Jeremiah though. We are down to 2 attackers to take on 3.5 defenders. Ares going to be able to get some good call-outs there, though, on everything that's basically going on that middle lane. So Oblivious should have all the information that they need to be able to defend against Absent-Minded. It does come down to Jester's approach on lane 4, and if he can get around on the backside of this defense and start opening up a gap for Absent-Minded to push.
You have to update here. Apparently map 1 was 4-3. Doesn't it? Battle though between Mito and Jester. Pantheon so close to taking this one. If Jester finds that kill, it would have been a 2-1. Can't quite get it though, and Mito does tuck back in behind the north. Jester wants to get around. Prof does confirm Ares, just to confirm though, not a shot onto Oblivious. If it was, it could have been dangerous for a potential cap there, and all the points matter, so I wonder if they would have gone for it. Either way, that is still a potential risk if Oblivious does go down.
And it is, and the pressure really between these two sides now. Madman really needs to make the rotation to back up Oblivious and provide a little bit of support there. And Oblivious really needs to make that call out to Madman that he needs that support. So the communication certainly got to come in. Jester is expecting Oblivious to be on this position here. All he needs to do is just kind of quickly peek around this corner and you'll be able to catch Jester off guard. But Absent-Minded Prof is doing a bit of a distraction there, so Oblivious doesn't catch that movement there and does allow Jester to get into a bit more of a precarious position for him. And in the 2v1 at the moment, it's not looking good. He needs that support. Madman too far away. Absent-Minded does get the pick, and now the objective is wide open. Madman's still not made any rotations yet. Hasn't realized that he's the sole defender, and also is waiting for it to push. There's no rotation.
I'm sure Siren Snails are watching the stream, screaming to rotate back and defend from the cap, and finally, Mito is doing just that. They are so lucky Pantheon didn't just commit to it and push up for that code entry. They're lucky the pressure's on because Pantheon are certainly feeling it here. I feel like they would have pushed for that code any other round. But right now, they're really just looking for this kill. They're really trying to figure out where this last defender is. And Mito might get identified if they push out this doorway here, as Prof is looking. Jester did have a line, but now doesn't. And maybe Prof can sneak around for the cap still. Mito might not see it. Oh, they're going to go for it, I think.
So many variables really right now. Mito is watching for Jester, not really keeping an eye on Prof, who's trying to crawl onto the objective.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, gosh. That gives
Jester's
away
out
the
lane 2. Yeah, they know where Mito is here. Do they find the kill, or does Cinder push this 3-3? I think Jester saw Mito go behind white car. It certainly seems like it. Maybe not, though. They're looking elsewhere. Jester has eyes on. Can't quite see the rotation from Mito. Is looking for the angle. They know Mito's here. The shot's coming in. Jester misses.
No.
Can they connect? No, Mito stays tucked in. They know Jester has to push to them. What a crazy way to play this defense. So patient.
This is just what you're expecting to see at this kind of moment, though, really, isn't it? Pantheon just need this kill to go ahead, but Mito is just holding on, and the time is dwindling. 1 minute now remaining. There's just that onward time, and I think Jester was scanning the car just at the time Mito made that movement and just didn't quite catch the open angle there. You couldn't write it really at this point, could you?
Goodness, Jester is crossing back. They know right where Mito. Oh, they were out of ammo? Were they out of ammo? I wonder. Either way, we're going into the 1v1. Mito's here on objective. 30 seconds are left on the clock. How many bullets does Jester have? They probably don't even know.
How many bullets do Mito have?
Mito peeks the corner. Shots come in. They don't connect. Mito stays tucked in. 24 seconds left. Jester has to push. Actually, Mito might tuck in too much. Jester can cap. The tablet comes out.
Oh,
Jester's punching in the code. They're looking for 2. They have 13 seconds left. Mito doesn't see the shots over the top, and Jester doesn't go for it. What's happening, Jester? Punch in the codes. 5, 4. They can't get it. Mito tucks in. They find the kill. No. What happened?
I don't know. And I imagine Freak's probably yelling the exact same thing right now.
Oh. What a disaster that was, trying to go for the cap. I don't know if nerves got to them and they went for it and then just said screw it and then went back to it. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was a bug. I really hope not. But either way, that might have been their chances gone. Even if either one of these teams takes this round, there might be their chances done. Because
those points would have been important.
Those points would have been huge. 5-2 separation on this map would have been almost necessary to put them in contention on this one. And apologies there. Let me update the proper score real quick. Fix abandoned to be 4-3 like it's supposed to. And wow. That's a hard pill to swallow. Going to be a tough one looking back there, but great defensive play. I mean, I say great defense because they stayed tucked in and didn't get shot, but also, not great defense because there was a huge time there where they could have capped. So, risk reward. I guess staying tucked in pays off, and ultimately, Pantheon have to go on the defense to try and take the win, and Cinder get another opportunity. They take this thing the distance, and they are going to try to take another map 4-3. But again, I think this point differential on these 2 maps alone might have ruined their chances.
Yes, that it may have. I believe there has been some calculations made, which we will provide to you at the end of this round. So this is the final moment now. It's round number 7. We are pushing on to lane 1. It's a great car objective, and wow, just what a round robins it has been for this season, really. This has definitely been one of the most high tense, high pressure ones I've caught anyway.
No kidding. It's what Season 13 was expected to deliver in the postseason, and man, it has not disappointed. This weekend has been stellar. Daniel catches duel for the first kill in our 7th round on our final map of the day to decide who will be second place as absent-minded Prof takes some shots. Daniel over the top, looking for that angle, can't quite find it. A flash comes in as Prof gets aggressive. Freak downs Ares. Mito on the corner, ready for this push, shuts it down.
Wow, just the aggression getting shut down there. Wow, and now Daniel finding a nice long-range angle on Freak. Only taking him down though, but he's going to be able to get the call-outs, but the revive is not going to be available for him now. Cinder looking very, very strong on this attack, and you're just going to be kicking yourself on that last round. If we had just put that cap in, then it would not have gone this way, but there is still 2 defenders objective. It's very, very defendable, so let us not count them out, but yes, it does go down to Not Sky on lane 1, and that leaves Jeremiah to try and solely defend this objective all alone, covering lane 1, covering lane 2, and we haven't even seen the equipment come out yet.
Lock it in if there ever was a time and try and get themselves a couple of kills. Not out of the reach. In a game like Onward, you can down an entire team in a matter of seconds. As they pop up, it's a huge risk. So many shots coming in. Oblivious down on the south. Not Sky drives across. They do go down, but Oblivious finds the kill, and Cinder take map number 6, technically 2 of the series. Pantheon's out. And now we have this point differential test that we have to do. And Jamie, you said there was some math that had been done. Is Cinder out as well? And is it going to be Siren Snail's second place?
That is the case. So down to the round differentials, then Siren Snail, should I say, will move on as the second team mathematically. So congratulations really to them and Dark Tidings in what's been a great battle of the day. Dark Tidings started out with a 2-0 loss and then just managed to turn it completely around. Just fantastic, really. You could not have wrote it. I promise we have not scripted this.
I'm looking at the chat too. If that cap had come through, it very well, I think it would have been Pantheon taking second. So, hate to see it. If it was a bug, I really hope it wasn't. Hope it was just the nerves getting to them trying to punch in the code. Either way, that's that on the afternoon. We have Dark Tidings taking number 1 for Group B, and Siren Snails trying to battle on a little bit longer. They'll go up against the second place from Group A at some point throughout this week. We'll try and cover that game live on twitch.tv/onward_VRML. So do be sure to tune in for that. But we have no more games today, no more games this weekend, no more games next week. That'll be it for us for now. Like I said, I say no more games this week. There's only one game next week, but that is it for us here on this weekend. The group stages are done. We have one more match until we get to the finals next weekend, and that's when we start the finals. That's not even the full finals. Next weekend, I think, is just the first stage of the finals. It gets broken out into multiple weekends of battles, and so we still have plenty of postseason left ahead of us, plenty of very hype NA, EU, OCE region battles ahead of us that I am already looking. I mean, this has gotten me hyped up for it, Jamie. These are all the teams that are going to be playing there.
Oh, I'm just super excited. I'm just looking at it. We're just going to be able to see the, I imagine, the scheduling for it and see what teams are going to be going up against each other soon. But wow, just if this is the level of what we're going to be anticipating, then it's anyone's game really at the moment. We've got some fast EU teams going up against fast NA team. You know, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
You're not going to want to miss that action. It'll be live over on this channel this weekend starting Saturday. We're hoping to have multiple games that we'll be casting here, and so we'll get that. I think I have the actual schedule of those, at least the first couple of for this weekend. Yeah, match 1 is 8 Eastern, 8 a.m. Eastern, so that may be a game that Jamie ends up catching. Who knows? We'll try our best to get all of these games. Match 2 is 12 Eastern, match 3 1600, and match 4 2000 Eastern Eastern time again, and that'll be live. That match 4, I can guarantee. Match 3 and 4 will be live here on twitch.tv/VR Master League. Hopefully, we'll have match 1 and 2 as well on this channel, so do be sure to tune in for on October 22nd. It's going to be a whole day of games basically, and so you can't really miss the action. And then we have semifinals on the 29th and the bronze and finals match on the 5th. A lot of action ahead of us. After that, we have Echo Arena finals. Giveaways are going to be happening throughout on every weekend following here. And so next Saturday, be sure to tune in for your chance at free hardware if you're within the U.S. from HyperX. Every following weekend, we're going to be doing giveaways. And then when we get to the Echo Arena postseason, more giveaways. And that follows up right after Onwards. And so there's going to be a lot of esports. There's going to be a lot of chances to get your hands on some free HyperX hardware. And so I do recommend that you're tuning in, you're following the channel, and that you're ready for those giveaways and more VRML action, because we've got a lot of exciting stuff coming up, a lot of exciting stuff in the future, and you don't want to miss out on any of it. I appreciate everyone stopping by. That'll be it for us here on the desk. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Jamie. A quick shout out to all of our sponsors for providing the prize pool that these teams are ultimately competing for. Those sponsors include ProTube VR, that offer fantastic stocks to enhance your aim in any game. They also offer force feedback stocks that'll enhance your immersion. We have VR Cover that offers fantastic comfort options to any of your VR headsets, greatly enhances your time in VR. We have Asterion offering great products like the RGB mounts that we've seen in the ad that's run throughout the course of today, as well as mats that help you identify your play space so you know where you are when you're in VR. You can get $5 off any purchase over $20 if you go to AsterionProducts.com and use the code VRML5, the number 5, off Asterion. Again, that's VRML5 off Asterion. That'll get you $5 off any product over at AsterionProducts.com. So do go check them out. It's an easy pickup. I really like my RGB stand on the desk. And also a shout out to VRML for contributing into the prize pool. We love to support and see VR esports grow. That's it for us. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Jamie. We'll see you all next weekend for more action, and at some point next week for the determine who is our third place for both NA and EU. So don't miss it. Follow everything. Follow the socials. Until next time, stay classy.